Okay, very good. Everyone's back. You can be seated. Okay. We're going to begin with opening statements. Mr. Nagel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Well, the reason we're here is because the defendant needed a PPO served on a person with whom they had trouble getting the police in contact. On May 31st of 2024, Circuit Court here in Ingham County authorized what we call an ex parte PPO for this person, Mr. Floyd Davis. Mr. Floyd Davis is a significant other of the witness you'll hear from today, Ms. Heather Olson. Now, the PPO exists, from the sounds of it, for very good reasons. The reason Ms. Olson wanted that PPO is very valid, but we're not here because of anything with Mr. Floyd Davis. We're not here because I need anybody or anybody needs this jury to take pity on Mr. Davis. The reason we're here is because sometime a week before June 4th, maybe that Friday, May 31st, Ms. Olson and Ms. Bailey, the defendant, tried to have this PPO served on Mr. Floyd Davis. When the police arrived, they knocked on the door. Mr. Davis refused to answer. After some time had passed, the police thought it was better, rather than escalate things, to just leave and come back later and try again. You will hear testimony that, and you will hear evidence that this didn't sit well with the defendant party. You will also hear that there was an eviction notice that Mr. Davis was aware of. He had until June 17th of 2024 to leave the house. But again, there was this PPO that the parties wanted served. So about a week after they tried to have this PPO served, the defendant and her daughter find out that Mr. Davis is not home. So Ms. Olson, along with her mother, go to the house. She gets inside. It's her residence as well. While she's there, she's gathering some belongings of her own, but they stay there until Mr. Davis returns home. So when Mr. Davis is coming home, Ms. Olson hides in a back room. Ms. Bailey is sitting outside the house, watching the house, can see Mr. Davis is home. They decide to use this opportunity to call the police and tell the police that he is breaking into this house where he doesn't belong. He's threatening my daughter. She's inside. I'm afraid for her safety. Please come help her out. So the police are dispatched for what they are under the impression of is a burglary in progress. The police get there and they're knocking on the door. Nobody will answer, so they have to force their way in. They take Mr. Davis into custody at gunpoint because of the information they received over dispatch. While they're there, the police talk with the 911 caller. They find out that the 911 caller is the defendant, Miss Bailey. And while talking to Miss Bailey admits that, well, we couldn't get the police here last week to give him his PPO because he wouldn't answer the door. So we thought we would wait for him to come home with my daughter inside, and we thought this would be a good time for you to answer the door, to come and get him to answer the door and serve him his PPO. So while they're on scene, Officer Nicholas Rincon, while he's there, is requested by the parties to serve the PPO, which he does. Again, some of the details that may come out during testimony about the relationship between Ms. Olson and Mr. Davis are concerning, but we're not here for what happened between them. The situation that Ms. Olson was going through with respect to trying to protect herself from Mr. Davis, trying to get him served with this PPO, so that she could enjoy the benefits the PPO rightfully confers upon those who are able to get an ex parte PPO. Certainly, I can sympathize with her wanting to have that done. But what we cannot tolerate is reporting false crimes for the purpose of having papers served on somebody. It is okay to sympathize with the defendant and with the witness with respect to the relationship that he had with Mr. Davis. It's okay to do that, but we're not here again to decide who's to take sides on who we think is right or wrong in this relationship between Ms. Olson and Mr. Davis. We are here about using a 911 call as a means to have paperwork served on somebody who refused to answer the phone. As the testimony comes out, you will hear, as is my responsibility during this trial, to prove first that Ms. Bailey reported that Mr. Davis was breaking into this home at 4711 Southgate Avenue in Lansing. And second, that the report was made to a 911 operator. You will hear the 911 call that Ms. Bailey plays. You will hear what she says to the 911 operator about what she says she sees happening. Third, that the report was false as to either the fact that the crime was committed or details of the crime. You will hear that there is an eviction notice. Yes, Mr. Davis is being removed from that house, but he has until June 17th to be out of that house. This incident takes place on June 4th. A good number of days before he's supposed to be out of that house. So Mr. Davis is allowed to be in that residence. The defendant knows that he is allowed to be at that residence. Fourth, that when the defendant made the report, she knew it was false. You will learn that Ms. Olson has been staying with the defendant since 2022 when her family trouble began. And that the defendant, being a good mother, was allowing her to stay there and supporting her as best as she could. So as we learn more details through the testimony, it is going to be more than reasonable for us to understand that with respect to the eviction notice and the struggles that Ms. Olson was having the PPO order served on Mr. Davis, Ms. Bailey is well informed as to the details. She knows Mr. Davis has until June 17th to leave the house. She knows he's lawfully present on June 4th. She knows that the police could not serve the PPO on Mr. Davis the week before. She knows Mr. Davis is home with her daughter inside. She knows her daughter's inside because she gave her a ride to get inside before Mr. Davis got home. She knows that this time when police show up, they have no other option but to go inside and confront Mr. Davis so that he can serve with his PPO. With this information at the end, I think that you'll find that the only verdict that you'll be able to deliver is guilty. Thank you.
This time I will be giving my opening statement and will not be reserving it for after his prosecution. So the prosecutor started off his opening statement by telling you what the defendant wanted when she called the police that night. He also told you a lot of the facts, pretty much most of them, in fact, that you'll be hearing today. He wants to, obviously, coming from, they're painting this picture like Betsy is wholly responsible for all of this, right? She wanted the PPO served. It wasn't her PPO, it was her daughter's PPO. She was helping her daughter. This is her daughter, Heather. She got the PPO. It was her house. She got the eviction on Mr. Davis. She was the one that was trying to get into the home. Like the prosecutor said, it was her home. As also the prosecutor said, she was driven out by Mr. Davis. There's a history of domestic violence. Is it a red herring or is it not? I don't think it is, because obviously we're here to find whether Betsy is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And these elements, you have to find that she's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The biggest one being, did she knowingly make a false statement? All right, whether the crime they committed, whether she reported the crime was false, a false crime, whether she felt like the facts were false, there's still another element. She had to have knowingly do that. And so what you're gonna hear is that, besides what the prosecutor said, that the situation between Heather and Betsy and this home and Mr. Davis, all right, and whether or not she was making a false report, whether she lied about a crime or lied about the facts of that crime, you will get to determine. Again, you will be hearing the 911 call. All right, when you hear when police call 911, obviously it goes to a dispatcher, someone in a call center who fields the call and takes details of the call, puts it in a computer, and then gives it to other officers. This is not information that goes directly from a caller to the police officer. It has to go through someone, so it goes through dispatch, all right? And what police know about it, police know from dispatch, all right? So dispatch was reporting a burglary, but you will get to listen to the 911 call yourself and determine if that was what really Betsy was doing when she was reporting it. Pretty much everything the prosecutor said is true, but except for the fact that Betsy at all knew that she was making a false report or intended to make a false report. What she knew was from her daughter Heather. Heather had the PPO, Heather had the eviction. Heather was the one that had been forcibly pushed from her own home for a year and a half with her daughter. And you will hear that from Heather. You will hear what Heather did when she went in the home, what their intentions were that day. All right. You will get to decide for yourselves, because obviously when dispatch heard it and the officers heard it from dispatch, they got a whole different idea. All right. But is that Betsy's fault that they decided, or they heard that some sort of breaking and entering was happening? That'll be up for you to decide, because you get to actually hear what Betsy said on the 911 call. All right, and of course, the most important thing is all of this has to be found beyond a reasonable doubt. And doubt, it's singular, not even plural. You don't need multiple. You just need one. One question, one common sense question that you can answer for yourself. And if you have that, I ask that you find Betsy not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you. The people will start with Ms. Heather Olson.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You can have a seat there, ma'am. There is a microphone that's in front of you, and the lady behind you can hear everything that goes through that microphone, because she has to take down a written record of everything stated in the courtroom. So that microphone is just so the recorder picks it up, but it does not amplify your voice, and both myself and the jury need to hear your responses, okay?
Okay.
If there is an objection from either attorney, you will stop speaking. It's because I need to make a ruling on that objection and tell you if under the law you're allowed to give that answer, okay?
Okay.
And then make sure all of your responses are yes and no's versus mm-hms and uh-hs, or head nods and head shakes, because again, that can't be written down accurately into the record, and then you'll just hear us ask you, is that a yes or a no, okay? State your first and your last name and then spell both.
Heather Olson, Heatherolson.
You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Olson. Let's start with whether or not you're familiar with the address 4711 Southgate Avenue. Is that familiar to you?
Yes,
Can you explain to the jury why that address is familiar to you?
I've lived there for 16 years.
And did you share that address with anybody else in that time?
Yes,
And with whom was that shared?
my children and my ex-boyfriend, Boy Davis.
And did there come a time when you had to stop staying at that address?
Correct.
When was that now?
I started staying with my mom for about 1.5 years prior to the June. It was, I went there a few times because I left and then kept going back in hopes that things would change.
Sure.
And they did not.
Okay.
So I can't give you the exact date.
That's okay. Would you have reason to doubt that you stopped staying at that address around 2022, that year?
I think so.
Okay, and in that time, do you remember where you started staying?
I started to go to my mother's.
Okay. And just for the record, ma'am, that 4711 Southgate Avenue, is that in the city of Lansing?
Yes,
And that's Ingham County, Lansing, right?
Yes.
Not the Eaton County, Lansing? Okay. Now, you mentioned that you had to leave. And I can appreciate as we get through this, it could get sensitive. Excuse me. Oh, good. Okay, I didn't see them there. Why did you have to stop staying?
he was abusive for several years. So I finally just worked the courage enough to leave.
And you said that you went back hoping things would change periodically, but obviously you changed your mind.
Correct.
What did you do when you changed your mind?
Well, the minute he would like raise his voice or anything of such, that was just triggering to me after incidents that happened. I started keeping a bag in my vehicle that when I felt unsafe, I would just leave.
Sure. What I mean is, did you take any legal action to try to protect yourself?
At first, no. And then eventually, yes, I did.
And what did you do?
I went and filed for a PPO.
Well advised, I'm sure. When did you do that?
Probably about the week before June 4th.
If I were to say, if I were to tell you that,
Oh, no, I filed before that, excuse me.
Okay.
Because the first judge, it didn't get approved.
Okay.
And then so I asked for a petition against it and then went and seen Judge Garcia, who granted an ex parte PPO that day.
good, okay. And do you remember what day that was by chance?
I do not. It was about a week before.
If I were to tell you it was May 31st, would you have any reason to doubt that?
That's probably about correct, yes.
Now, for the sake of people who maybe have no experience with personal protective orders, once the judge signed it, did you have a responsibility with that personal protective order?
No, they told me it was going into place immediately after I'd already tried to serve. We tried to serve initially. Once the police were involved, they even went up to the door to try to serve the extra papers I had, and Mr. Davis would not answer.
When was this? Do you remember?
The Friday before.
So probably the same day that Judge Garcia
Yeah,
signed it?
yes, it was.
Okay. And were you there when the police tried to
Yes.
serve the PPO?
They had me wait around the corner, so they had officers on standby.
Could you see what the officers were doing from where you were waiting?
No, they had me park a few streets down.
To your knowledge, were the police able to serve that PPO on May 31st?
No, he would not answer the door. The house is on camera, so he could see.
So what did the police do then?
The police said because Mr. Davis had potentially in the past had a gun, that they didn't want to do anything for their own protection. And then eventually I said, you're not even gonna go to the door and knock. They did do that for me, but he would not answer.
Okay. How'd that make you feel?
I was upset, but
Was there also an eviction notice?
there was,
Can you tell the jury about the eviction notice?
I filed for an eviction I had to give him 32 days. Basically in Michigan, you have squatters' rights. So I had filed for that and I sent it through the mail, so that way I could verify that it was delivered to that address. And I have a text message from him stating that he received it. But
So you said there was 32 days from the day he was served with the notice?
from the day that it was filled out, yes.
Okay. So how long did he have to vacate the house? Do you
He
remember?
had until June 17th.
And you mentioned something about squatters' rights, but I think earlier you testified that the two of you lived at that address together, correct?
Yes, but I have left and asked him to leave several times. His name was not on a bill or on the lease whatsoever of the home.
That sounds frustrating. Now, what about this PPO? What were some of the conditions in the PPO? Do you recall?
It's just a no contact. I don't know exactly what you mean, what was the condition.
That's probably the one I was going to try to get to eventually. So once he was served with the PPO, what was your intention with the property?
That he would get his things and remove himself because he would not, with my word of asking, so.
So if I understand correctly, then with him having the PPO, your intention then would be to move back into the house, which would probably have the right effect because he wouldn't be allowed within a certain distance, of course,
Correct.
under the PPO.
Correct.
Do you remember June 24th, or excuse me, June 4th of 2024?
Yes,
So this is just a day or two shy of a week after you tried to serve him. Can you tell the jury what happened on June 4th?
my daughter and I, my mother went to the house and we were gathering some things. Eventually, Mr. Davis had came home as I had my mother wait outside and ask her to call the police. He showed up, in which he did. They came in, broke the door down. The cop that I'd actually talked to that Friday that the PPO was put in place told me that he was aware that Mr. Davis had warrants. So eventually they broke the door in. Mr. Davis had came home.
Hang on,
I'm
I'm gonna stop you there for a second, because you said that he came home and broke the door in.
No, he didn't break the door in. The police broke the door in.
Okay,
He
So let's-
actually used the key to come in as far as I know.
okay, so let's back up. So you were in the house?
Correct.
What time did you get to the house?
I'm unsure.
How long were you at the house?
I'm unsure. My nerves were, it was scary even going there
Why did you go there?
to collect some things. My daughter had just graduated high school, which we weren't home during that time, so she wanted some of her things. And
Do you remember what things she was trying to collect?
I'm unsure. I grabbed some things myself. But
Were you there 5 minutes?
no, it was longer than 5 minutes.
Were you there an hour?
Probably close to an hour.
Do you remember telling the police that you heard Mr. Davis come in and then you went to a back bedroom to hide?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Well, obviously, I'm afraid of him, so I hid in my daughter's room and locked the door. Called my mother and asked her to call the police, because he was not supposed to be in contact with me. I just wanted out safely or him out safely. Like,
So when you saw Mr. Davis coming in, that prompted you to hide in the back bedroom, where in the
I
house
did
were
not
you?
see him.
Okay,
I heard him. I heard his vehicle
where were you when you heard his vehicle?
in my daughter's room with her grabbing things
Where you had been for approximately an hour?
in the room.
Yes, ma'am.
No, sir, I was in the house for approximately an hour.
Okay, so in addition to your daughter grabbing stuff out of her room, what else were you grabbing? Do you recall?
I was grabbing some of my belongings from the house.
So you heard the car come up the driveway, you said, and then what did you do?
At that point, I called my mom and asked her to call the police.
Where was your mother at the time?
I had her park around the corner because I did not want him to pull up and see my vehicle outside.
And your mother's, can you tell the jury your mother's name?
Betsy Sue Bailey.
And is Betsy Sue Bailey in the courtroom today?
She is.
Can you point to her and identify an article?
purple shirt.
Your Honor, will the record reflect ID?
Any objections, Aggie?
No,
So noted.
You didn't want to, was there a back door to the house?
There was a back door to the house.
You didn't want to run out the back door and catch up to your mom?
There was no running out the back door. You can't, when you walk in my house, you walk literally right into the kitchen, which is it's a ranch style home. So it's the kitchen, there's instantly the hallway where my daughter's bedroom is. You know, by that time, I had actually left the back door unlocked in case he had came home for that incident, but instantly he had let his dog out that was with him, so he walked right towards the back door.
You didn't want to just go out the door and catch up to your mom before?
This man is 6 foot, 6'1", and his arm is longer than my entire leg. So there's not much running away from him.
Did you know he was going to be home when you went to the house with your
I
daughter?
did not.
You did not know he was going to be home? when you
That
went?
he was when he was gonna, I had no idea when he was
No,
coming.
when you went to the house, did you know he was home?
No, he wasn't home when I went.
Did you know that?
That he wasn't there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my neighbor called and told me he wasn't there.
And so I assume then that fearing that he would return while you were there was a concern of yours.
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury why you had your mom park around the corner instead of being directly out front?
If he knew I was there, I don't know what he would have done or what he would have done to my mother, and that wasn't a risk I was willing to take.
But your mother waited in the car, correct?
Around the corner, yes. Well, in front of my neighbors, so around.
So you didn't want to have your mom in the car waiting for you in case you had to leave in a hurry, then you could drive away in a hurry.
There is no getting away from him. He has
Okay.
extremely long legs, and
Now, just want to revisit something else that you said. When you were in your daughter's room, you could hear Mr. Davis coming up the porch.
there is no porch. There's the driveway right.
The
up to
driveway,
door.
excuse me. So he's coming up the driveway. And so you called your mother and asked her to call 911.
Yeah.
You didn't call 911 yourself.
I was literally whispering, call the police, and I hung up. Like, that's how fearful I am.
And you did this while he was in the driveway.
Yes. I would have went out the back door. I would have been stuck in a fenced yard.
Okay. All right. So just so that I understand, you went to the house with your daughter when you knew he wasn't going to be home. You were concerned what would happen if he came home soon. And so rather than have your mother wait in a car running close to the house so you can make a quick getaway, you had her wait around the corner
Correct.
where she could see the house.
I don't know exactly where she parks. I don't know that she could see the house.
Well, where is around the corner when you say around the corner?
Well, I have neighbors on each side, but they face the other street. So she was somewhere on Spokane Avenue.
Was that a
Or I
location
was-
that you agreed to?
Yes, my neighbor, our first incident of him, well, the first incident that I reported of him putting his hands on me, my neighbor actually had seen it, so she was well aware of the situation.
Sure.
And so she knew, like, I let them know I'm coming home, so everybody was kind of looking out for me.
So so that's the corner that your mother is on. So that's, you said
I believe
Spokane
so.
and Southgate?
Yeah.
Okay. And then as he's coming up the driveway and you want the police to help you, you don't call the police yourself, you called your mother to ask for the police.
I whispered to please call the police and hung up.
Did the police show up?
I did,
Where were you when the police showed up?
and my daughter's room locked, the door locked.
What do you remember when the police showed up?
They had knocked on the door, said, open up. And then the door went flying and like I heard a boom. And I now know that they kicked the door in, but then he said, okay, okay. I don't know where he was at that point in the house, but he was walking through the house on his cell phone when he first came in and instantly let his dog out the back door.
Did he know you were there?
He didn't, not that I know.
Did you talk to the police?
Yes, I did.
How did you get in contact with the police that night?
They were all there.
Well, sure. Did you walk out or did they knock on the door or?
No, they actually called me because they kept yelling, please come out, please come out. So I thought they were talking to him. And being that there was a gun present in the home, I did not know where it was at, and I thought he was still in the house. So I just kind of froze in that room. And then eventually 911 called my phone and I answered and they told me to come out. I was safe.
And did you talk to any of the police officers that were present?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember speaking to an officer, Nicholas Rincon?
I could not tell you any of their names at that point.
Did you tell any of the officers about the PPO?
I did.
And did you ask the
I was asked
officer?
every question that day.
Sure. Did you ask the officer to serve a PPO on Mr. Davis while you were there?
They did that. I think that they said that he still hadn't received it, so they had, I don't know if they gave him one that day or not, but they told him about the PPO, which in return, eventually I served him in jail.
Did you tell the police about the PPO or did they bring it up?
The police were aware of the PPO because Friday, when I first got it, it wasn't in the system yet. So at that point, it was in the system, so they were aware.
Did you tell them about it?
Yes, I'm sure we talked about it.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions, please.
Prosecutor.
Yeah. So on your testimony here today is that your intention was to go to your home that evening without Mr. Davis being there, correct? Was it your plan to be gone by the time he came home?
That was what I was hoping.
All right. And you also said there was a question to you on direct about how long you were in the home. Do you know exactly how long you were in the home?
I don't know for sure. My
Could you-
nerves were just shot that day.
Were you paying attention to your phone or a watch?
No,
All right, so you could have been there for 15 minutes or an hour.
Right.
Okay. All right, and and you said that you were there because your daughter wanted to get some stuff.
Correct.
Had you and you said that you had visited the home prior to that, right?
Correct.
All right, and I mean, how much would you say, how much did you have to leave when you moved out of the home?
I did not move out.
Oh, okay. When you had to go live, you said you were living mostly with your mother, Betsy here that time. All right. So you left, how much did you take with you when you left,
I pretty much always kept a bag packed in my car so that I could go to work.
so essentially when you had to leave the home, you left with just a bag?
Yes.
Okay. And did your daughter leave with anything?
My daughter, she would still go to the house sometimes. It wasn't till closer to the end that he started being more aggressive towards her. But initially he wasn't aggressive towards her, so she could go there and she could get her things and everything was okay. And then towards the end, him and her started getting into it a little bit. So she didn't feel comfortable anymore going there by herself.
Okay. And you said that Mr. Davis, you had reason to believe that he had a firearm, correct?
He definitely had a firearm. It was held to my head, and that was why Judge Garcia granted that PPO.
All right. So he, and was that the only time he's threatened you with firearm?
That was the only time. Yes.
Okay. And all this happened before that evening, correct? That you went over there? Okay. All right. You said that you got the PPO in front of Judge Garcia here in the Ingham County Courts. Did Betsy ever attend any of those hearings?
No.
All right. And of course, you would tell your mother what happened at those hearings, correct?
I actually did not tell a lot of my family what happened to me.
But you told her you got a PPO.
Yes.
And you told her how it works, right? How the PPO,
Yes.
the no contact order and that sort of thing. And you told her about the eviction, right?
Yes.
All right. And you told her how that works too.
Yes.
All right. But she's never been to any of these court dates, like for the eviction or anything like that.
No.
Okay. No further questions, Jen.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor. However, at this time, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish to the jury the stipulated People's Exhibit 1 to be a 911 call.
Okay, I have some questions,
Yes, sir.
but I also need to know if the jury has any questions for this witness. I don't see any hands for your questions. I have some questions. Ms. Olson, how long, at the date of June 4th, how long have you been out of the house?
It's been probably close to a year and a half.
Okay, and so, but you had been back during that time frame?
Correct.
Okay, and so on this date, you said you were there because you were getting some things for your daughter?
Correct.
Okay, my question is, did you know where your ex-boyfriend was? Did you know where he went?
I had no idea.
So what made you feel comfortable to go in there
I didn't.
if you didn't know if he was just around the corner?
Sorry, I didn't feel comfortable. My neighbor had called and said he was gone. At that point, my daughter had just graduated high school 2 days prior. She wanted some of her stuff. And as a mom, you just do what you have to do.
Okay, but as a mom, you also want to protect your child, correct?
She was not letting me go in
Well,
that
I
house.
asked you, I'm just asking you a question, you answered my question. As a mom, you like to protect your child, correct? Okay, and so did you feel like you were putting yourself and or your daughter at risk by being there?
I begged her not to come in with me and she
Okay.
refused.
Okay, and then Mr. Nagel, I think on redirect asked specifically, and I don't think we got a clear answer. Did you tell the police to serve the PPO?
I did not tell them to serve the PPO. I'm unaware if they even did that night. I feel like they did. But again, there was so much happening that I was not thinking clear.
Okay, and you mentioned something about he was served in jail?
I did serve him in jail, because when I talked to the PPO place again, they told me that he still hadn't been served. And at that point, the police were supposed to, but sometimes the ball gets dropped. And so out of my own safety to serve it to the jail once he was incarcerated.
He was incarcerated for what? This incident?
No.
Oh,
I
okay,
think
for
he had
something else.
3 warrants out of
Okay.
different counties.
So that day he was arrested and he had warrants that day?
Correct.
Okay, and so it was while he was incarcerated, that time is when you were able to get him served?
Correct. I physically served him in Clinton County Jail.
You went to the jail and served him? Okay, any questions based on my question, Yolanda? Where was your daughter when you were hiding in the room?
She was hiding with me.
Oh, you were all in the same room?
Yes, we were in her bedroom.
Any other questions from the jury? Any cross based on that?
No, Your Honor.
Any redirect based on it?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Olson, you can be excused. You can call the next witness. Oh, you want to publish?
With the court's permission, that 911 call. Yes.
That was stipulated,
Yes.
correct? Okay, that can be published. Thank you.
Or do you want to publish?
Are you
this
gonna
after?
question her about this?
I am not, no, Your Honor.
Okay, no, she does have to understand. And I don't believe there's a sequestration request, so she doesn't have to leave either.
I have no problem with this witness staying.
Okay. As long as you did share sound, it should play.
AM County 911, what's the location of your emergency?
I need to contact my daughter's house like immediately.
Okay, what's the address?
Huh?
What's the address?
4711 Southgate.
Okay, do you know a road that's near there?
Yep, it's by Jolly. It's
Okay.
by Kendon School.
Okay, is that a house or apartment building?
It's a house.
Okay, can you verify the address one more time for me?
4711 Southgate.
What's your name?
My name is Betsy. My daughter and my granddaughter's in there. This guy's been
Okay,
staying in the house.
Betsy, what's a good callback phone number for you in case that we get disconnected?
517-803-8462.
Okay, does your daughter live at this address?
Yes, they do, but this guy has been staying in her house, and we got a PPO out. They came the other day, and they said they couldn't do nothing. He has 3 warrants out, but they said my daughter had to wait till he was gone to get in the house and leave, and my granddaughter and daughter's in the house, and he's trying to get in the house now.
Okay, what is his name?
Floyd Davis.
Floyd Davis?
Yep, and the last time I knew he had a gun, too, in the house. But she's in the house. She's hiding in the house.
So they're both there currently?
My granddaughter and my daughter are in the house hiding, and he's trying to get in the house.
Is he trying to break in?
He has the key to the house. He has been living there, but he's been evicted out of the house. His eviction is on the 17th. So she got a PPO out, and we came the other night, and we waited. Sergeant Johnson was the guy who the sheriff had talked to. And they said that they didn't want to go in there. They went and knocked on the door and stuff, but he would not come out or answer the door. But because he had the gun, they didn't want to, go in after him.
Okay, give me just a moment.
I'm sitting around the corner from the house. So I was watching to make sure.
Okay.
He has 3 warrants out.
Give me just a moment, okay?
Okay. Oh, please.
Yep. 4711 Southgate Avenue for officer safety. Caller Stellan.
We're going to need one more.
Okay, did you see him here?
Yes, he's here.
Okay.
He just pulled in.
How are you getting this information?
I'm outside in the car, and they're in the house.
Okay, is your daughter telling you this, or are you seeing it?
I'm backed around the corner so he can't see me. My niece and them guys are on one side over there on the road, and I'm on this side of the road. And they went in she went in her house. She's trying to get her house back. The guy's been staying in her house. She's been paying all the bills and stuff. He's not even supposed to be there. Judge Garcia posted a PPO bond, so.
Okay, do you know if he arrived in a car or on foot?
He's in a red truck.
Okay.
And I believe we don't have.
Did you see the red truck today?
Yes, it's right there right now.
Okay, and what is the color, make, and model of your vehicle?
I'm in my daughter's. I don't know what year, nothing it is. I'm in a
What
black,
color is it?
A black, I forgot what it's called. I can't keep straight.
Is it a car, truck, SUV?
It's like a box car. Right. I can't think what the name of it is. A check.
Okay. And what street are you sitting on?
Okay, so I don't know the name of the street, but I'm right on the corner of Southgate. It's a street over from Kendon.
Okay. Do you know if he's made entry?
I don't know. I can't see because I didn't want to go up there for him to see me. I was just told because they had to get stuff out of the house. If he was to come, I was supposed to call you guys because he's not supposed to be in there. But
So she hasn't been staying here?
No, she can't. He won't. He beat the shit out of her. He put a gun to her. He had a gun held in her to her head.
Okay. So, but
She won't
was
go
he
back. She's
evicted
scared.
from here?
She has eviction papers in order right now, but they said he had to do 32 days to let him out, and I think the 32 days is on the 17th. But she went and got a PPO out, and the PPO out went out after we did the thing, and Judge Garcia said that she was supposed to be back in the house, and he's not supposed to be there at all. But when we tried to go there the other night, the cop said he wouldn't answer the door, and they wouldn't go in the house because of him having a gun before or whatever. They said they didn't want to put her in jeopardy. But they knew, the neighbor said he was gone, so my daughter tried to get in and get her stuff.
Okay, so did you come back with her today so she could get her stuff?
My granddaughter just graduated. She needed to get, my granddaughter wanted to get some of their stuff, but their stuff is in the house, but they can't go there because.
Okay, so your daughter and your granddaughter came with you in that vehicle to this address?
Yes.
Okay. What's your daughter's name?
Heather Olsen.
All right.
And her daughter is 17. That's Heather Olsen.
All right. Yep.
I mean, we tried to do it the legal way to get him out, but he just wasn't.
Okay.
Leaving.
Yep. So I've got a call in for that. We have lots of help headed that way. Okay. You just stay in that vehicle around the corner, and if anything changes that you see before we get out there, give us a call back. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Your Honor, the people call Officer Tyler Stover.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I swear.
If you can have a seat. State your first and last name, Stover.
Tyler Stover, TYLERSTOVER.
You can proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Stover, could you explain to the jury where you are currently employed, sir?
I work for the Lansing Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Lansing Police Department?
I've been with Lansing Police for about 3 years now.
What are your current responsibilities with LPD?
I work road patrol, so that's responding to emergency calls throughout the city.
Okay. Were you working in this capacity on June 4th of 2024, sir?
I was.
Do you remember being dispatched to an address 4711 Southgate on that day?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what you remember about that dispatch?
Dispatch had toned out a call to that address, and toning out just means it's a prior call, so it's a robbery, a shooting, something of that nature. They had toned out a burglary at 4711 Southgate. So I proceeded there. On the way to the call, dispatch advised that there was a man trying to break into a home or trying to gain entry into a home, and that he was armed and made threats against one of the residents there to take their life previously.
And I assume you went to that address.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what you saw when you got there?
I had gotten there, I think second or third. There were a couple of other officers there prior to me getting there. When the officers said that they saw a male subject inside, that's who dispatch had told us was the accused in the crime of breaking into the home. We knew that subject was potentially harmed.
Did you have that person's name?
I don't know if I had that person's name at the time.
Okay.
But he was later identified as Boyd Davis.
What did you do outside the home when you got there?
So when I got there, the other officer said that they had seen that subject inside. So I went around to the south side door of the home near the driveway, and we kicked the door in to gain entry.
Who were the other officers present with you? Do you remember their names?
I think it was Sergeant Basseville and Officer Malone were there initially.
Okay. So you kicked the door in and got inside.
Correct.
I take it the door was locked.
Yes.
Did you knock before trying to go in?
I don't recall.
Could you hear anybody inside before you tried to make entry?
I don't recall if there anyone inside.
When you got inside, what happened next?
So as soon as you enter the doorway that we went in through near the driveway, there's a stairwell right to your right in the doorway. I looked down the stairs and I saw a male subject standing at the bottom of the stairs, and I began giving him announcements.
You said it was toned out. So was there any concern for officer safety?
Yes.
So what did that mean to you when you went inside the house? What did you do with respect to your own safety?
So typically whenever we clear houses, we have our firearms out because we don't know what kind of dangers are inside the house. And especially on a call of this nature, where there's a potentially armed subject who has broken into a home, we have our firearms out. So I aimed my firearm down the stairs when I saw the subject and pointed it directly at him and began shooting him for both hands.
Was he compliant at that time?
He was.
Were you, and at that point, were you able to identify who that person was?
I think other officers on scene identified that subject. Yes.
Fair enough. Since you saw him and called him up to you, did you take him into custody?
No, I think I grabbed onto his wrist and passed him off to the other officers behind me, because the rest of the house was still an unknown to us at that point, because all we had seen were the stairwell, and I believe it was the kitchen where we walked in right there.
So once he was out of your way, what did you do next?
We began calling out to anyone else inside the home, and I think two other subjects came out of the home.
Did they come out immediately?
I think they took I don't want to say a few minutes, but they took some time to come out.
Sure. Okay. And did you identify those individuals?
Yes.
Who were they? Did you figure that out?
Yes, I think my memory serves me. Heather Olson, and I think I'm not sure about the pronunciation. Heidi or Heidel Olson.
Okay. Mother and daughter.
Correct.
Did you speak to them at all?
I believe I spoke to both of them. Yes.
And this was a call out for what you said was a suspected breaking and entering, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate for that?
Yes, I spoke with, like I said, the mother and the daughter.
Did you ultimately determine, while you were on scene for your own sake, did you ultimately determine whether or not it appeared a breaking and entering had occurred?
We did determine on scene that no crime had occurred at that time.
Okay. Thank you, Officer Stover. No further questions at this time.
Good afternoon, Officer Stover.
Good afternoon.
So your testimony today is you've been with the Lansing Police Department for 3 years.
Correct.
Do you have any prior police experience to that?
I do not.
And you testified that you got this alert, or you got this dispatch from the 911 operators, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you personally did not hear the 911 call?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said that you talked to both Heather and her daughter, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And At what point, so you said that you were investigating for a breaking in, correct?
Correct.
And you did that investigation through talking with Heather and her daughter.
Correct.
So through talking with Heather and her daughter, at what point do you realize that there wasn't a crime had occurred?
I don't remember the exact point in the conversation, but I do remember that it was determined that the house was either lived in or shared or owned by both parties. So,
And therefore, because both parties had a right to be there, you determined that by him entering the home, it wasn't because it wasn't breaking and entering, because he had permission to be there.
correct.
Okay. And Heather told you, did you learn this from Heather? Or this information?
I don't recall. I believe I spoke to Heather and Heido at the same time, and I don't remember who told me.
Okay, but it was during this conversation that you determined that Mr. Davis did have a right to be there and there was no crime.
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, no further questions.
None, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? I thank you, Officer Stover. You can be excused.
People call Officer Nicholas Rincon. Thank you. He's
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can have a seat. Please state your first and last name and spell both.
Nicholas Rincon, Nicolas, last Rinco.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Rincon, can you please tell the jury with whom you are currently employed, sir?
The Lansing Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Lansing Police Department?
About a year and a half now.
Any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I worked for the city of Jackson.
And what did you do for City of Jackson?
I worked road patrol like I do here in Lansing
How long did you work for City of Jackson?
for 2 years.
And what are your current responsibilities with the Lansing Police Department, sir?
I work road patrol, which means I get dispatched to calls, kind of like what you see in the movies, patrol officer taking calls and driving around a police car.
And were you working in this capacity on June 4th of 2024, sir?
Correct.
Do you recall being dispatched to a location address 4711 Southgate Avenue in Lansing?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what you remember about that dispatch, sir?
So I was dispatched to a B&E. They informed us that a subject, Foy Davis, was entering the residence who is not allowed to be there or not supposed to be there in some form of capacity. So with the information that we had, we were responding to a B&E, which is a breaking and entering in progress. So it's kind of heightened dispatch where, it holds a lot more weight than a civil complaint or a larceny or something like that. So we ran lights and sirens there, got there as quick as possible, Yeah, that's pretty much for the dispatches.
And you were not one of the first ones on the scene, is that correct?
I was not, no.
Do you remember who was there when you got there?
I believe Officer Mwangi and Officer Stover were there before me, and I think there might have been someone else there as well. I can't remember who it was.
Fair enough. Can you tell the jury what you remember when you arrived at that address?
Yeah, so when I arrived on scene, officers had already forced entry through the side door, and I could see a male in the window kind of coming towards them, and they're making call outs to him, like some sort of verbal contact with that subject. I went to the front door of the residence to kind of watch that and secure that front door to make sure no one came out of that one while they were handling all of the business on the side door. They were able to take him into custody, so I wasn't part of that, and then I kind of walked over and assisted with the rest of the investigation from that point.
So you say you did not take that person into custody?
No, I did not put the handcuffs on or take them into custody at that initial point.
At some point, did you come into contact with that person?
Yep, so while they went and continued clearing the house, like you usually do on B&Es to secure the residence, I took Mr. Foy Davis to a patrol vehicle. It wasn't my car, it was another officer's car, but I secured him in the back seat. He was already handcuffed, and I conducted an interview from there.
Let me ask you this. So he's in handcuffs, he's turned over to you.
Yeah.
Was he under arrest at that time?
He was detained at that point.
Can you tell the jury what that means, the difference between being under arrest and detained in this circumstance?
Yeah, so when you're detained, it can be in handcuffs, it can be not in handcuffs. It just depends on the circumstances. At that point, he was detained, which means he's not free to leave because we're still conducting our investigation. We have to determine what if there was a crime committed and speak to everyone and kind of get all parts. And then from that point, we usually determine if someone is under arrest. So at that point in time, he was only detained until we could complete the rest of our investigation and get more information.
And you did mention that you knew this was Foy Davis. Did you confirm his identity?
Yep, so I had him tell me his name and date of birth, and my partner ran him through our system to confirm it, and then looked through a photograph to confirm his identity and all that information. So
At some point, did you decide to place Mr. Davis under arrest?
I did not.
Was Mr. Davis placed under arrest that evening?
He was for a separate incident, prior warrant for something out of a different county.
So he was arrested for an open warrant.
Yep, nothing for what we dealt with on scene for that incident.
Did you speak to anybody else that night?
I did not. I had only made contact with Mr. Davis, aside from my partners.
Did you at any point in your investigation become aware of a personal protective order?
I did. So after running his name, I got information that Mr. Davis had an unserved PPO, which is a personal protection order. When it's unserved, it means that he has not had the paperwork and made aware of it. So my job as an officer is to serve that PPO. So I get in contact with my lien desk. They speak over the radio and essentially serve that PPO and read everything to him, so he understands what the standards or what the requirements are.
Did you do that, sir?
I did, yeah.
Okay, thank you. No further questions at this time.
Cross examination.
Officer Rincon, right?
Yeah.
All right, good afternoon. Your testimony today, you secured the front door, correct?
Yeah, I stood at the front door while they were on the side door taking.
Did you ever enter the home through the front door?
Nope,
Or try to gain entry through the front door?
I did not.
Okay, did you know if the front door was locked at all or anything?
I do not recall anything of the front door.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Write your questions down and my court officer will get them. Mr. Mango, you can redirect while I read these.
Oh, no redirect, thank you.
Okay. How is it, officer, that you left if the PPO needed to be served? How did you leave if the PPO needed to be served?
How did I leave like this, the scene?
I'm assuming that's what the handwriting is. If it's not, then whoever submitted the question can rewrite it. Said, how did you leave of the PPO needing to be served?
Oh, learn of the PPO maybe?
Maybe
Okay.
that's what it says.
Yep,
Okay.
so I ran the subject's name in our system, it's called lean. And when someone has something informational in lean, it notifies me and I'm able to see that on the computer, or even my dispatch will inform me of unserved PPOs or PPOs. So they'll tell me right over the radio, but I can see that on my computer.
Jury is all on the same page because all the questions are about PPO. Who actually served the PPO?
I was the one to serve it to him, but we have a lean operator who's someone at usually dispatch or the jail, and they get the paperwork from lean and they read it off of my radio to that subject. So I'm serving it while they're also serving it, and it's that way there's two ends of it. We're both reading it, confirming it, so.
And so to be clear, prior to that service, the subject would not have been aware of the PPO, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions from the jury? That's good. They're all on the- trying to flush this PPO out. If you have a question, just write it down. Take your time. When you served the PPO, was there a follow-up process that should have taken place in the system so that it showed that it was served?
So when I serve them and I do it over my radio as a police officer, our lean is able to confirm that the PPO has then been served, and now the system will be updated and it'll show that it was served at that time of day and on that date that I did.
Do you know if that happened in this case?
Do I know if lean?
If it was confirmed appropriately in the system that it was served?
I do not follow up with lean to make sure, but they usually keep documentation of it to show when it is.
Okay, the question was whether or not you served or if another subject ended up having to serve later. So I don't know if you would not have confirmed that in the system after the fact.
I guess. So I serve it, and then my lean, who is also allowing me to serve it, who's reading it over the radio, then puts into the system that it was served on that date. I don't do any follow-up after that to show that it was served, but in lean, it should show that it was served on that date and time.
Now you say should so, because sometimes there could be human error, correct?
Yep, so I do take an account for human error if the lean operator didn't put it in there. And I didn't do any follow-up to know if they did or not.
Thank you. Any other questions? You all good? Okay, redirect or cross based on the jury's questions.
I had one question on cross, because one of the jurors' questions was about if it's unserved, that means that the subject is unaware of it. I wanted to ask, so it doesn't, I wanted to clarify, when a PPO is unserved, does that mean that the subject is not on notice of the PPO? They don't have no, okay, and that.
Well, he has to.
I got what your question. So when it's unserved, it means that it was never officially served. Now, if someone has the idea or knows that someone filed for paperwork, they could, but until they are officially served by either a server or police, then it will not, it's, it's, I can't tell you if the subject knows that the PPO existed prior to that until it's officially served. That's when the courts know that that person has been served and it's made aware of it.
Well, let me clarify. Until they're officially served, is there an effect? Is it effective until?
No.
All right, thank you.
No question. Yeah.
No reason to comment.
Thank you, Officer Rincon.
The people would call Officer Noel Mwangi.
Is that your last?
This will be my last witness this next one.
Just because they haven't had a break since lunch.
Oh, we could take them.
Yeah, let's
Great.
give them a break. And then I think they need to also go downstairs and get. No, do you take care of payment? I don't know. They might as well do all that one at once. We'll take a 10-minute break.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Thank you.
People call Officer Noel Mwangi.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. You can state your first and last name and spell both.
Marie Mwangi, NOELLE MARIEMWANGI.
Counsel, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Mwangi, can you tell the jury with whom you are currently employed?
With the Lansing Police Department,
And how long have you been employed with them?
3 years.
Any prior law enforcement experience?
No.
What are your current responsibilities for help?
I am a uniform patrol officer. I respond to calls that I'm dispatched to, and I'm proactive throughout the city as well, in terms of stopping crime, making traffic stops, that sort of thing.
And were you working in this capacity on June 4th of 2024?
Yes,
Do you recall being dispatched to an address 4711 Southgate Avenue in Lansing?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what you remember about that dispatch, please?
I was dispatched to an active burglary of a residence with a known accused, Roy Davis.
Were you the first on scene?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened when you arrived?
When I arrived on scene, I waited for a second unit and I observed a male walking inside of the residence through windows.
Could you tell who that person was?
Roy Davis.
How did you know it was Floyd Davis?
His dispatch included his driver's license photo in the dispatch notes.
And I think you said you were waiting on other units to arrive. So being the first one to arrive, were you by yourself at that time?
Yes,
Did you, at that time, before other units arrived, did you try to make contact with anybody in the house?
No.
Do you recall who came next?
I believe it may have been Sergeant Bassigal.
Okay. And with additional units on scene, what did you do next?
We moved up towards the front door of the house.
And did you try to knock on the door or get anybody's attention inside?
We announced ourselves as police and tried to open the front door.
Were you able to open the front door?
No.
So what did you do next?
After seeing the front door was barricaded by what looked to be a dresser, we went over to the side door on the southwest side of the house.
And I think at this point you said you had announced yourselves, correct?
Correct.
And did anybody respond from inside?
No.
Were you able to finally get inside?
Yes.
Did you go inside?
No.
What did you do?
After another officer reached the door, we announced ourselves as police and we received a response from Mr. Davis.
But you said you did not go inside.
No.
Carry on, she'll flush that out. for
Oh,
us.
thank you, Your Honor. For the record, the fire alarm light is going off and that caused us to pause. Officer Mwangi, while you were on scene, were you able to figure out who called 911?
Yes,
And how were you able to figure that out?
I knew from the dispatch notes, as well as the caller telling us where to meet her and which vehicle she would be in.
And so did you make an effort to find this person who called 911?
Yes,
Did you locate her?
yes.
Can you tell the jury about locating this person?
The caller advised that she would be in a specific vehicle parked on Spokane Drive, which was just around the corner from the target address. So I walked around the corner and located her inside of the vehicle, waiting.
And did she come out when she saw you?
I went up to her window.
Did you have a conversation with her?
Yes,
Did you identify the person?
yes,
What, did you get her name?
yes.
What was her name?
Betsy Sue Bailey.
And do you see Miss Bailey in court?
Yes,
Can you point to her and identify how to go forward?
the lady wearing the purple shirt.
Thank you, officer. Your honor, may the record reflect ID.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Identification is noted.
And so you had a conversation with the defense, with Miss Bailey?
Yes.
What did Miss Bailey tell you about?
Miss Bailey initially said that she drove her daughter, Heather Olson, and her granddaughter over to the residence to obtain property while Mr. Davis was not home.
And did she tell you anything else about why she was where she was sitting?
Yeah, she sat there to keep eyes on the house in case if he came back home and made the call when he arrived.
Did she tell you anything else about the 911 call?
Yes, during the initial call, while I was en route, she updated dispatch that Mr. Davis had arrived back home and that Miss Olson and her granddaughter were still located inside of the residence hiding when he made entry.
Did Miss Bailey tell you anything about a personal protective order?
Yes,
What did she tell you about the personal protective order?
she mentioned Miss Olson had applied for a personal protection order approximately a week prior to this incident, that it had not been served yet.
Did she say anything to you about that personal protective order and what it might have had to do with her 911 call?
Yes, the personal protection order was in reference to a prior domestic assault that had occurred. So she was in fear for her daughter, her granddaughter's safety.
Did Miss Bailey tell you that she called 911 so that you guys would serve the personal protective order on Mr. Davis?
Yes,
Can you tell the jury what Miss Bailey told you about that?
Miss Bailey mentioned also about a week prior to this incident, that officers had attempted to serve the PPO as well as arrest Mr. Davis on his warrants. However, he would not answer the door. So officers told them that we would try to locate him when he was outside of his residence, or that we would return back if he and Miss Olson were there at the same time.
So Miss Bailey told you that. So let me get this straight. So the police told her that if Miss Olson and Mr. Davis were there at the same time, then the police would be able to serve the PPO.
Yes,
Miss Bailey told you that.
yes.
Did Miss Bailey tell you anything about this being a setup to get the PPO served?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what she told you?
So later on, she mentioned that because officers had stated that we would return to the residence if Miss Olson and Mr. Davis were located there at the same time, that they planned to drive her over to the residence, have Miss Olson and her granddaughter located there at the same time when he was home. So officers could serve the PPO and arrest him on his warrants.
Was this the first story she told you when you first made contact with her?
No,
So how long do you think you were speaking with her before she finally told you this story?
approximately 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, so you were speaking with her for 10 to 15 minutes before she finally tells you that we set this up so you can get the PPO.
Yes.
Um, how did you guys get there? I mean, at first she said that she called because she was concerned for her daughter's safety, correct?
Correct.
How did she get from that story to telling you that this was all a setup? Do you remember how that conversation went?
To my recollection, Miss Bailey brought it up on her own while I was asking clarifying questions. After speaking to other officers and Officer Rincon, who had spoken to Mr. Davis while he was in the back of the patrol car.
Okay, so the initial call, just would you say it didn't make sense to you then?
After speaking to Miss Bailey and other officers to come to a consensus about what crime we had, yes.
Okay, so ultimately, asking follow-up questions, trying to get to the bottom of what happened. After this had gone on for 10 to 15 minutes, it's at that point you say that the defendant finally just said, you know what, this was just a setup. Is that correct?
Yes.
Officer, thank you very much. No further questions.
Officer Sam?
Good afternoon, Officer Mwangi.
Good afternoon.
So your testimony here today says that you were dispatched to this home by 911 operators, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you did not, before being dispatched to the scene or arriving on scene, you did not personally hear the 911 call from Betsy Zubicki.
Correct.
All right, and you also testified that she was the only 911 call that night?
No, we had an additional caller.
A neighbor, someone who lived in a house nearby had also called, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's your testimony that Betsy was forthcoming when she talked to you. She told you that the PPO was unserved.
Yes.
And it's your testimony here today that she was forthcoming enough without provocation to tell you that this was all a setup.
Yes.
All right. Officer Mwangi, you were wearing a body worn camera that night, right?
Yes.
And it was working correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And if I were to refresh your memory with your body worn camera as to your conversation with Miss Betsy or with Betsy, would that refresh your memory as to this statement about admitting that this was all a setup?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to.
An objection? What's the purpose of the admission? Because she didn't say she,
Right.
this is not a refreshing of recollection because she didn't, so this must be, is it for impeachment?
Yes, Your Honor, I want to introduce it as evidence at this point because of her testimony on direct, so I would actually publish it as evidence.
As a defense exhibit.
Defense Exhibit A.
Is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
Are you on the?
I'm going to enter your
Okay.
name. Yeah. There. Okay. All right. So Officer Mwangi, do you recognize your body worn camera?
Yes.
Does anything look like it's been changed or altered?
From here now.
Okay. All right, Your Honor. video is 13 minutes and 20 seconds. I only need her interview, but do you want to publish the whole thing right now?
I would prefer the whole interview,
Okay.
but you don't need the whole 13 minutes.
Oh, okay, then I will, Your Honor, let me just make sure, and I will find the portion that I. She approached you in the car. So I think. Let's see.
All right, man.
Hi. Are you grandma here?
Are they safe?
Yep, so we're clearing the house right now. Okay.
My granddaughter and my daughter's in the house.
Yep, I know.
They're hiding.
Yep, they're clearing it right now. Okay, you have a ton of police officers inside. You want to step up out of the road so we can talk? Do you happen to have an ID with you?
I do in my car, in her car.
Okay.
Yeah, the other car, she's coming to talk to me right now. You guys can leave now if you want to. The cops are here now. Rosie said the sign.
Are you on the phone with someone in the house?
We're opening here.
Hello?
Who is this? Okay, well, hold on. Hello? Okay, well, I'm trying to talk to the cops and I didn't know if Heather was beeping in, had the... I gotta get going with you. I'm trying to talk to the cops. Well, I didn't know for sure. But anyway, boys in the car, so I'll talk to you in a minute. That man was not.
28, I'm out with her. Yeah, whatever's fine.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
Is this still a good address for you on here?
Yes.
Okay.
My daughter's been staying with me since this happened.
Okay.
She was scared to death to go home.
Yeah.
My granddaughter just graduated and she wanted. My daughter's in pain, the rent and everything for this whole time.
Real quick, Betsy, what's a good phone number for you?
517-803-8462.
8462? Okay. So from your perspective, what happened today?
Today, I drove my daughter over here.
Mm-hmm.
The neighbors called because the cops told us we couldn't go in the house unless he was gone.
Mm-hmm.
So, and because they wouldn't go in the house because supposedly before when he had a gun, well, he put a gun to Heather's head. He had her a couple times he beat the shit out of her. One time he beat the shit out of her, and she ran to Gloria's house right here, and they made a report. But so anyways, he's been back in the house. She was scared to do anything. He supposedly has cancer, so she felt bad. It's like he didn't have nowhere to go or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she's been staying at my house this time waiting for him. But so anyways, the cop told us when he left she could go in there. Well, the neighbors called and said he left with the dog, and so Heather came in to try to get her stuff to get in the house because they said once you could get in the house, then they could arrest him. But they were afraid to go in. They didn't want no competition because of the gun.
Okay.
Like, shooting
I hear
whatever.
you. So based on the domestic history, is there like a PA-53 in place that says that he can't be here?
Yes, Judge Garcia just did a PPO. She just went to court last week.
Okay.
Plus, she tried to evict him the legit way. So she has a warrant, or not a warrant. She has an eviction in process, and they said they had to give him 32 days, which would have been the 17th, I think, of this month.
Okay.
But we just couldn't get him out. Like he went leave without it.
Gotcha. Do you know if that PPO was served to him?
Actually, he wouldn't open the door. Like
Okay.
we've had 3 people try to give it to him, and he wouldn't open the door at all.
Okay.
And there was three of the cop cars came over the other night, and we waited because they said that they could get in the house. Like we thought we were getting in that night, but they said we had to wait because of the fact of him having that gun or whatever. We had to wait.
Right. No, I hear you.
But that's why my daughter was so scared to try to come back and do anything, because he had a gun and he had already put into her. It was on Christmas, and he held her hostage and wouldn't let her leave.
Okay. So you drove them over here tonight to pick some stuff up?
Yes.
Okay.
So she could get into her house, because that's the only way they said they could get him on a warrant was that for them to catch him outside getting in the house or whatever.
Right.
So they went in the house and hid in the house while he left.
Okay, so they were waiting for him to come back and then call and...
Huh?
So they waited in here for him to come back so that you guys could call the police about it?
Yes, to go get to them. But she was trying to get her, she had to get stuff too, but she couldn't get her mail and stuff because he had been home to get it. Like if he was gone or whatever, she would try to get stuff gone, or she would send her daughter over there. But lately it's been such a competition, and her daughter and him got into a fight the last time.
Gotcha.
So she didn't want him coming over there and trying to grab him the mail and stuff herself.
Okay. I got you. Just hang out here for me. I will be back. I'm going to go get some updates from down there, okay?
Can I pull over to the house?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna stop there. That's fine. All right. Again, Officer Mwangi, all of that is accurate as to what happened that evening, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And during that conversation, Betsy was telling you that the PPO was unserved, correct?
Correct.
And she said that there was an eviction in process, correct?
Correct.
And she said that they were there to get things, belongings, correct?
Correct.
And it is also her statement that it's her understanding that she said, like, officers said you have to, did she say that officers told her or told someone about being in the home at the same time to get a PPO served?
So can you rephrase?
During this video, as you observed, on your direct, you said that she admitted that this was all a ploy, that she was there so that if Heather and her daughter were hiding, or granddaughter were hiding in their house, they could call the police and have the PPO served, correct?
Correct.
All right. But during this conversation, she didn't have that knowledge directly as her own source, correct? She didn't get that knowledge from her own self, correct?
Based on my understanding, that's incorrect.
Okay. Well, I can definitely go back and we can review that statement. do you remember or recall her making that, statement that they were there because an officer told them that if they were there and he was there, they could serve the PPO?
Correct.
Okay, all right, well, that's all I need. Your Honor, no further questions.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, could you back this up to where it says, where it currently says 11:24? Could you make that say 10 minutes, please? Right there. Could you just click on that, please?
Yep.
And we had to wait because of the fact of him having that gun or whatever, we had to wait.
Right. No, I hear you.
But that's why my daughter was so scared to try to come back and do anything, because he had a gun and he had already put it to her. It was on Christmas and he held her hostage and wouldn't let her leave.
Okay. So you drove them over here tonight to pick some stuff up?
Yes.
Okay.
So she could get into her house, because that's the only way they said they could get him on a warrant was that for them to catch him outside getting in the house or whatever.
Right.
So they went in the house and hid in the house while he left.
So she just told you there that she was told the only way they could get him is if he would come out of the house. Did you hear her tell you that?
Yes.
And then she said, so she went in there and hid in there so that you guys could get him. Did you hear her say that?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any questions from the jury? Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, officer. Any other witnesses?
People rest, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is the defense going to call any witnesses today?
Your Honor,
We need a minute to,
I will
we
need
can
a
let the jury go and get their payments for the day, and then that'll give you time to find out. So we'll break for another 10 minutes. Still not at liberty to deliberate, just gonna go get some payment from the treasury, and then you'll be back in here. Thank you. All right, from jury. And also, did you all get the composite instructions already?
I did.
Yes, Your Honor.
You didn't?
I did.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, if you want to check to make sure I didn't miss any as well, and then we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Your Honor, can I just say one thing?
Yes.
During Officer Rincon's testimony, there was a moment where on cross following questions from the court, you had asked, is that a yes?
Oh, okay.
And then he did this gesture.
He nodded his head, but then he said he understood the question. I thought the way that he responded covered it though.
Okay, good. No, I was concerned because he made a gesture.
Oh, I didn't see the gesture.
Oh, good, because I saw your face and because it.
Oh, no, I didn't see the gesture. I was
Okay.
doing it because he was nodding and I'm like, is that a yes? And he was like, oh, I get your question is what I thought he was saying to her.
Yes, okay, good, because when you said, is that a yes, he kind of did this number like while you were speaking. He was just gesturing with his hands. I was afraid it looked like you thought he was waving you off. I just wanted to address that.
I didn't even notice that. No,
Okay,
off the record, I thought these officers is getting some good training on testimony. I was like, all the 3 years in, their testimony has been pretty like they've had a training on how to testify in court. So I thought, because they're turning and facing the jury. I'm like, they had a class.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I thought that we were gonna have to get a clarification, but I thought he was communicating to her, I get your question.
Okay, good.
And then he responded to them, so I didn't have to follow up on that.
Okay, fantastic. He was embarrassed. He thought maybe you might have interpreted it.
I
thought
did not. I didn't even see the hand gesture.
Okay, good, okay.
So what was going on?
Oh, no, they were doing the test.
Yeah. Figure out how I click this. Sweet. His friend was still in there. I don't know why I don't know why she wanted me to meet her friends. I'm sure. Oh boy, let's see here. Let's see. Okay, you can be seated. Okay. Okay, counsel, will you be calling any witnesses on behalf of the defense?
Yes, on behalf of the defense, I will be calling the defendant Betsy Bailey to the stand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under the penalty of perjury? I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. And also, you can go out to your client about her rights before you question her.
Ms. Bailey, we've discussed prior to this that you have a right to remain silent, right?
Yeah.
And you have a right to not have that silence be used against you, correct?
Yeah.
And you know that everything you say here in court can be used against you.
Yeah.
And that as testifying that you will be subject to cross-examination.
Yeah.
And all knowing all that, you still would like to testify, right? All right. All right, so taking you back to the incident on June 4th of 2024, you had traveled or took your daughter and your granddaughter over to your daughter's house that evening, correct?
Yeah.
And prior to that, you had basically your daughter and granddaughter had been living with you, correct?
No,
Okay, so where did they technically live?
Heather was staying with me, but at the time, Hattie had been staying at her dad's because of everything that was happening.
Okay, all right, so then, and that's because Heather was in a relationship with a man who was abusing her, correct?
Yes.
All right, and how long had they been in a relationship?
I think Heather said they had been seeing each other for like 3-4 years.
All right, and do you and Heather have a close relationship?
Yeah.
All right, so does Heather shares with you what happens in her relationships?
Yes and no. She hid a lot at first because she was ashamed and she was scared. But then she finally told me the truth of everything that happened on Christmas and stuff. So yes, she has.
And do you recall what year that Christmas was?
I want to say it was 22.
All right, and you're referring to the Christmas in which Heather was threatened?
Yes, he'd be there for the thunder.
And was this the only incident you were aware of between Heather and Foy Davis?
As far as something big, yes. Because there was something like she was ashamed, she didn't really like talk about it. She was scared. She was scared.
Okay. And do you recall when she decided to take legal action against Mr. Davis?
Yes. After she had been staying at my house, we had talked about it, and I tried to get her to go down like from the beginning to do it, but Boyd's a con artist, so he talked her into not pressing charges, and that he wouldn't do nothing again, or stuff like that. He just he was very abusive. He like I said, the time that the stuff happened, she was having a lot of anxiety from staying. She was in the basement, and then to come up, there was nowhere to go to get out. So when this stuff was happening, she couldn't get out of the house. She was trapped in the basement.
Well, let me stop you. Okay, you're referring to an incident that happened between Heather and Foy that's not happening on the June 4th date?
Oh, no, not on the June 4th date.
Okay,
no.
this was
No, nothing happened on that date because we were in contact.
okay, so you're referring some incident in a basement, you're referring to something that happened in the past?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so knowing all of this, did you ever have any interactions with Foy?
No.
Okay.
He did not come around.
Okay. And so everything that you heard about Mr. Davis was through Heather?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So at some point though, in late May or something, seems like Heather did take some legal action, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And you didn't go to any of those court dates?
No.
All right. Did you so in regards to the PPO and the eviction, did you get most of your information from Heather?
Yes.
All right. So, but there was a time in which you did get some other information from.
Objection. It was just a lot of leading questions.
I'll rephrase it.
The witness to tell the story.
Yeah, I'll rephrase it. All right. So, but Heather, does Heather get a PPO?
Yeah.
And are you present when she tries to serve it, or they try to serve it?
No, shit, other people go to the house to try.
All right, and then there was, did she try to get the police to serve it?
I don't know about that. I'm not sure I can answer that. I don't know if she did or not.
Do you remember a time in which, or there was testimony here today that the police at one point were called to the house and he refused to answer, right?
Yes, the time before this happened, they came. They told us to meet us at Popeyes. We met them there. We went, and that's when we went to the house. That was before this incident.
But that was to try to serve the PPO?
Yes,
Okay, so you were there.
yes, I went, I go ahead.
Okay, and what was your interaction with the police that day?
I didn't have really any reaction. It was more Heather doing it with them. I was just there to give her a ride over there, to be there for her.
Okay, but did you hear, did you witness or hear any of what the police did or said?
Yes, I know, like when Heather was talking, the Detective Johnson told us that Heather has to that in order to get the PPO, like he had to be served the PPO. Like I said, we tried to serve it to him. All the times he's seen on the screen, so he wouldn't answer it or whatever. But the detective told us that when he was gone out of the house, that Heather was allowed to go in and we could go get her stuff. And Heather wanted to get some of her stuff because, like I said, it was graduation. She had stuff at the house, but at this last time, they started getting competition towards the end. So Hattie can go there by herself somewhere. Heather had to be there with her.
All right, and so was it your idea or Heather's idea to go over there that evening?
It was Heather's.
Okay, and there was also a neighbor. Was there a neighbor involved?
Yes. Heather and Josh was on one side and Gloria was on the other side. And both of the neighbors know what had been going on. So Heather had called Heather and told her that he was out of the house right then, so Heather could come and get some of her belongings, her stuff that she needed for work and stuff, and what have you.
So then, and of course, you're around the corner.
Yeah, I stood in the car when this stuff happened. I stayed in the car so I could watch and see if he came, and they were watching on camera to make sure that she was safe in the house.
You said they. Who are you referring to?
Josh and Heather that live on the corner.
Okay.
Because
So-
they have a camera, so they could see on one side if he was coming, and then I could tell if he was pulling in the driveway. I could watch the other side to see if he was coming in, so.
Okay. And you did speak to officers that night.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
And do you recall what you told officers?
Not really. It was so confusing and I was just worried and upset that he did because like before with the gun situation, I didn't know where his gun was, if he had it on him or what was gonna happen, if he came home, if he was gonna be mad, like we didn't know what was gonna happen. She was scared to go back home and get her stuff, so we had to make sure he was out of the house when we went there.
And so, and you would readily admit that you also wanted that PPO served because then it would become effective?
Yes.
Before going over there, you said that Heather came up with the plan. Do you recall how much detail to the plan there was, or what did Heather plan
There
to do?
wasn't really no plan, just Josh and Heather called and said that he was gone. And then so we left and went there to go get her stuff.
Was it someone and Josh?
Heather and Josh, that was their neighbors.
Heather and Josh.
her
Why
neighbors.
were Heather and Josh watching out for the house?
Because Heather wanted to go get her stuff and she had told us that he was gone out of the house.
Okay, so she had planned with Heather and Josh to watch the house and wait until he had left so that she could go over.
I don't know if it was actually planned, but I mean, she had talked to both of her neighbors, knew what the situation was. Gloria knew because Heather had ran to her house and, you know, she's the one that called the cops to begin with. Heather, like I said, both of them were like, all Heather's neighbors knew what was going on, so they were watching out for Heather.
So prior to your arrival, did you and Heather make arrangements for you to call the police as soon as he arrived home?
Yes, if he was to come home and they were in the house, yes, I was to call the cops.
All right. And did you said that you were parked in a way that you could see if he came home, correct?
I was just parked around the corner, but I could see his truck if he came this way, or it depends which side he was coming.
Okay, so you could only see him if he was coming
I'm
from
one way, yeah.
Okay, did you see him arrive?
No, Heather and Josh, I heard his truck pull up, but I didn't actually see it. I know what his truck sounds like because he's been out my house, stuck in front of my house before, so I mean, I know what his truck sounds like. So I heard him pull in the driveway.
All right, and
I was literally like, her house is right on the corner in the driveway, and I was like literally right here on the corner.
okay, so did you plan to call the police at that point?
I did call just because they were in the house when he got there. And yes, Heather was scared for her life, so yeah, I did, because she's scared of it.
Did she call you from the house?
Yes, Heather called and told me that he was in the driveway.
Okay.
That's when I called the cops. I couldn't see him pull in the driveway, I could only hear it.
All right. And do you Did you call 911 to report a burglary or a breaking and entering or unlawful entry?
Did I call for I called because I was scared for her life because he was coming back in the house and he had a gun to her before. So yeah, that's what I called for, to protect my daughter and my granddaughter. I didn't know if he had a gun still on him or if what was going on with it. I just know he had one in the past. And that's what I was scared of because he had threatened her before with her life, so.
But you hadn't personally seen this?
No.
Again, this is.
No.
Who told you about all this?
Heather did. I mean, it was Christmas and she wasn't at my house, and Heather's at my house every year at Christmas. So I mean, obviously I knew something was wrong.
All right, you're no further questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Some pretty ugly stuff going on between Mr. Davis and your daughter. They were together, what, I think you said, you thought maybe 4 years or so, something like that?
I think so.
And this stuff had been going on for a while during that whole time.
It had been going on, and like I said, I don't know, I wasn't over there, and Boy didn't come to my house, so he wasn't one to participate in anything with the family, so I don't know.
But certainly you'd heard enough about what he'd been doing to her that you had, I think, quite prudently recommended that she take some sort of legal action.
Yes. at first I didn't know, but then after she came to my house and broke down and had to go and see if there's therapy and all that for it, yes.
That was in December of 2022, you thought, correct?
Yes.
So in December 2022, or thereabouts, your daughter returns home and she's telling you about all this ugly stuff. And obviously, that gives you some feelings. You want her to take some action, right?
Yes.
I mean, really screw this guy, right?
Oh, yes, I was upset that she didn't, right when it happened, that nothing happened, like, you know.
Yeah.
Like she did, but then he, like I said, he found her in the bone coming back to the house.
I get it. I'm a parent. I've got 3 kids at home. I'd be pissed. You must have been absolutely livid.
I was. Everybody in my, that knows how to work.
And so immediately you're telling her, go take out a PPO. All of December of 2022, you're telling Olson to take out a PPO.
Yep, she's been trying to evict him to get him out. He had plenty of time. He knew this. She had asked him to move out. He had plenty of time, like he knew.
Yeah.
She's asked him over and over again, and he just wouldn't leave.
And this takes place all throughout the year 2023 as well, correct?
Yeah, all the way up until it happened. He just was still there.
And you're telling Miss Olson, take out a PPO, get him out of there. Then it's January 2024, and he's still there.
Yeah.
And she's still there.
And 24, she was at my house.
But they're,
Well, she had gone back. And she, like she said, she had kept the bag in her car because she never knew what kind of mood he was gonna be in or whatever, so she had one prepared. So if something happened for emergency, she could leave.
you must have felt helpless.
I did feel hopeless. This is the worst thing in the world for a mother, not be able to help their daughter or granddaughter.
I couldn't agree more. You'd have done anything just to get her the hell out of there.
Exactly, yes.
So it's 2024. And we don't finally get a PPO until May 31st.
It was hard watching what she was going through, but a lot of it, I didn't even know she was going through it. She did it.
Getting that PPO, finally, taking that step to get the hell away from that asshole. What'd that feel like to you?
I was happy that was happened, that it was gonna be a thing, but I'm still scared for her life because he's still threatening her.
Certainly. So you went with her on the 31st to try to get that first PPO served, correct?
Yes.
You said you drove her to Popeye's Chicken?
We met the cops at Popeye's Chicken, and they told us to follow us over to Heather's house.
Okay, so you meet at Popeye's and you all drive over to the house together, correct?
Yes.
And Miss Olson is sitting with you in your car? Where are you in her car?
I don't even remember.
Okay.
This car we drove.
But you were not with the police when they were trying to make.
Actually, I think Heather drove, and I think I rode with Heather.
Okay, so you're sitting with Heather while the police are trying to get the PPO served.
Yes.
After all this time, here it is, the day finally at hand. This guy's getting his PPO, getting him out of my daughter's life. They didn't get the PPO served that night, did they?
No, but we thought the PPO was to take effect immediately. Judge Garcia granted it, and we thought automatically that what's it called,
Personal protective order?
per se or whatever, like it's supposed to be an emergency one.
Oh, the ex parte.
Yes.
Yeah, so
under my understanding, but I don't really know the laws like that, but under my understanding, I thought that the PPO was already in effect.
But you also knew to meet the police at Popeyes, right?
The time before, yes.
And then you also knew that you were going over to 4711, was it Sagebrush?
11, Southgate.
Southgate, so that the police could give the PPO to Davis.
Yes.
So you had this understanding, of course, that the judge signed the PPO on the 31st, but you knew that he had to get a copy from the police.
Yeah, he hadn't been served yet, yes.
So you knew then on the
Yes, I
night
knew
of the
he hadn't been.
31st that he had not been served.
Yes. I knew he hadn't been served, but like I said, I thought the PTO had already been in effect with Judge Garcia.
You mentioned some names, Josh, Heather, and Gloria.
That's Heather's names.
So these neighbors on the 4th tell you that Mr. Davis isn't home.
Yeah.
So they just decided on their own to call you and tell you that.
Heather had been talking to Heather.
Okay, so there was an arrangement that be on the lookout for Mr. Davis to not be home and then call me.
I don't know what Heather had made talk to her about that. I can't say that. I don't know what she told Heather or whatever.
So Mr. Davis leaves and Josh and Heather call and let you know that Mr. Davis is not home.
Yes, Heather said that he was gone.
And Gloria is another neighbor that you said?
Yes.
So Gloria also calls on her own to say that Mr. Davis is not home?
No, I don't think Gloria called.
No?
I think it's Josh and then Dave. Right, I don't know. I'm not sure who else called. I know I did. I don't know what whoever else called. I don't know.
But these are neighbors that know to call Heather or you when Mr. Davis isn't home.
Not me. They're friends with Heather.
And it's your testimony that Heather got that call. That the neighbor
Yes.
said, all clear.
Yes.
So the plan then is to go to the house to pick up some stuff for your granddaughter, because she just graduated a couple days before, right?
Heather need the stuff and Heather need the stuff because they haven't been able to get in the house.
All right. So because they can get stuff, you drive them over and you drop them off in front of the house?
I didn't drop them off in front of the house. I parked on the side of the house next to Gloria's house.
Okay.
And then they walked over.
Okay. And you parked around the corner.
Yep, right around the corner in front of Gloria's house.
And that was because you didn't want Mr. Davis to see you.
Yes. So if something was happening, I could notify the cops and stuff.
Could you see the house from Rainbow Park?
I can see Heather's house, yes. Well, part of it, not all of it, because there's like a fence up there, but like, I mean, I could see where her top of her house.
Okay.
garage part of it.
So to be clear, you picked a place to park so that you could see the house, but if Mr. Davis comes home, he can't see you.
Yes, I'm pulled up around the corner.
All right. And then you watch your daughter and your granddaughter go in the house. And I think you said the plan was that if you see him coming, then you're supposed to call 911?
Yes. Heather asked me to call when she was in the house because they were there and they didn't want to be in the house when he got there. Okay.
And then you testified that you heard the truck before you saw it, I think is what you said. Is that right?
I didn't see the vehicle in the driveway. I could only hear it because where he was parked, I couldn't see that part. I couldn't see.
But you didn't call 911 until Heather called you.
Heather called me and then asked me to call 911.
So you called 911 because Heather called you to
Yes.
tell you to call
Yes.
911.
Yes.
Heather had to call you so that you could call
Because she
911.
didn't want him to hear it saying that they were in the house hiding from him when they came. So Heather whispered and called me and told me to call 911 that he was trying to get in the house. So that's what I did.
Do you see why that doesn't make sense?
No.
If Heather knows that he's coming up the driveway and she's afraid for her life, why not just cut out the middleman? Why not just call 911 right away?
Because she didn't want him to know that he was in the house. So she just told me, I was already on the phone, I had been talking to him.
So being locked in her daughter's room inside the house while Mr. Davis is out in the driveway, she's concerned in that circumstance that Mr. Davis is going to know that she's in the house because she calls 911.
She was scared that he would know. She didn't want him to hear him talking.
And parked around the corner where you can see him coming, but he can't see where you parked. That made more sense than being close to the house so that if she had to get out in a hurry, you could leave in a hurry?
Oh, I could leave in a hurry if she could have got out, but there wasn't probably no way she was gonna get out because the
Not
way
with-
her house is set up, you
And
know?
it'd be even that if Miss Olson and Mr. Davis were together at the same time, then they could serve the PPO. Do you remember the police telling you that?
It wasn't that I did say that, but it wasn't that he could serve them. They just said that Heather could go in the house if he wasn't there, because in the PPO, he couldn't be there. That's the way I took it. That was my understanding.
So in that case, then you're telling the jury that Mr. Davis took a PPO out on Miss Olson. Didn't you say Detective Johnson said that if Mr. Davis wasn't home, then she'd be allowed to go inside the house?
She can go in the house anytime she wanted to. It's her house. She's the one that's been living there.
I agree with you, but on direct exam, you had told in an answer from your attorney that you were told by a Detective Johnson, you weren't sure of that name, but Detective Johnson told me that if Foy wasn't there, then she was allowed to go in her house. You remember saying that?
Yes.
So what was preventing her from going in the house?
She had to wait for him to be gone to get in the house.
But she didn't need permission, right?
No, she don't need permission to go in her house. She was scared for her life.
Okay. You also knew that Mr. Davis had warrants, correct?
Yes, Heather said he had child support warrants, but he had other warrants too, but I don't know what those were involved in. I just know he had child support warrants and some other ones, but I don't know what they pertain to and stuff.
When you called the police to tell them that Mr. Davis was home, do you remember telling the police that he wasn't supposed to be there?
Yes.
You were telling the police that she's evicting him, he's not supposed to be there?
Yes. We had eviction papers drawn up, and PPO drawn up. We did everything legally like we were supposed to.
But you also knew that he had until June 17th to be out of the house, correct?
Yes, he did have that. There was 3 days that he had to be out after that.
So on June 4th, when you told 911 that he's not supposed to be there, that wasn't true, was it?
Well, he wasn't supposed to be there. It wasn't his house. He was supposed to be already moved out of the house.
But he had until June 17th.
Well, yeah, to be evicted, yes.
So
His
he was
eviction
lawfully present on June 4th.
Huh?
So he was lawfully present on June 4th.
Yes, legally, because I guess he hadn't been served. Like I said, I thought his PPO took effect automatically.
But that's not what you told the police. Was it?
I don't understand what we're getting.
When you called the police and the police came, you knew that he was going to be served with PPO that night, right?
I didn't know they would serve. I mean, yeah, they have to be served.
When you called the police, you knew with your daughter in the house, you knew that the police were going to go in and get him out, didn't you?
Yeah, my daughter was in the house. Yeah, I was hoping so. Their life was at stake.
So when you called the police, you knew that that night we're finally going to get him out of your life.
Hoping that things were gonna go to a better spot. This has been going on for a long time. Like I said, we tried to do everything step by step, the way we could do everything. He had plenty of time, he knew stuff, even when they brought it to the PPO, to the papers. He told his mom, he watched them bring it on camera. His mom told Heather that. He watched them.
He watched them what?
Come to the door. He just didn't answer the door. He was home when the cops came, but he wouldn't answer the door.
On May 31st?
I think that was the date.
How do you know that?
Because I was there when his mom told Heather that he watched it on camera. He had camera downstairs and he watched them.
That pissed you off?
Well, yeah. I mean, Heather tried 3 times to serve him and he just, no.
So on June 4th, you made sure that it was gonna get done that time.
Well, I didn't make sure. I mean, I just called the cops because my daughter and granddaughter was in the house. I was scared for their life.
Any questions from the jury? On the 911 dispatch recording, you corrected the dispatcher and explained that the ex-boyfriend had a key and eviction was in the works and that he had until the 17th. That's correct?
Yes.
If your daughter was afraid of the ex-boyfriend and afraid that he might kill her, and she had an eviction in works to try to get him out on the 17th, and it was her plan, I guess, to move back in, what things is it that she wanted or needed before then? Is the question.
I can't answer that because I don't know what it was they wanted. I didn't go in the house, but I don't know what they were after.
Okay. I would agree that's a better question for the daughter. I have a question though. Where did you get, ma'am, the information that if a PPO was served, that he couldn't be at the house? Is that your understanding?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm gathering that your understanding is that once the PPO was served, that he couldn't be at the house?
Yeah.
Where did you get that understanding?
When we had talked to the police officers, they had told us that, once, Heather had gone into the house, he wasn't allowed to be there. So she could get her, like, she was allowed to be there once he was gone.
Oh, so your understanding was that once he was served with the PPO, he couldn't be around her, not necessarily that he couldn't be in the house, because he was lawfully living there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
so got it. And
And
thank you. And so, well, you're saying squatting, he lived there with her, correct?
yes, but he was asked to leave and he still would not leave.
Correct. That's not, it's not squatting under the law. That's, you live there. If you let someone live with you 2 years or more, or 2 weeks or more, you got to lawfully evict.
Yes.
Okay. And
You
so
know that.
eviction was processing. And when you say he had to be out on the 17th, was that court ordered or was that a notice to quit the 17th?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think he had to be out. I think he had to be out, but I'm not sure.
Okay, you don't know where the eviction process was at
Yeah, I'm
all.
not
Okay,
confident.
so you're really relying off information that's being provided to you. Okay. Even as it relates to the PPO, are you relying on information or did you attend any of the court proceedings?
No, I did not go to any of the court proceedings.
Sounds good. Any other questions from the jury? Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Betsy, you have a law degree.
No,
Have you ever worked in a law firm or any sort of law position
no,
or any legal field?
no.
All right, do you have a high school degree, correct?
Yes.
All right. And where are you employed?
Right now I work at Applebee's.
Okay, and how long have you been working there?
Objection.
5 years.
Relevance.
What's the relevance?
Where it's obviously going to motive and intent. The prosecutor is trying to paint her as someone who is scheming to have all this happen.
Well, I think we already got motivated. Her daughter was in an unsafe situation and the boyfriend was freeloading off of her.
I just wanted to go after the idea that she has some sort of background that would make it so that this would tend to be like a. I wanted to explain her background so that to go against the argument that the prosecutor's making that she came up with this, this is all her idea. And that she knew what she was doing. I'm sorry.
I don't think where she works is necessary or that we really need to get into that information. So I think it's not relevant.
All right, Your Honor, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nagle, I don't know if you had any recross based on the jury or my questions.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. May your witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You can be excused from the stand. Any other questions or witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's see, we need to do final instructions. Were there gonna be any changes to the instructions?
No, nothing for the people.
Okay, well, let's see. I guess you can do your closing arguments. Unless you want me to do my instructions first and then you do your closing. It's up to you.
I prefer to start with the closing.
Okay.
I'm gonna play the 911 call one more time.
Okay.
Not really sure why.
Did you not share?
Yeah, it's can't get the list.
Oh, let's see. Are you still co-host? Because it did boot me out of Zoom. Let's see.
Oh, just get over to the play button. That's all I'm trying to do.
I don't know. You already, if they let you share, so you must be. I don't know what's going on. Might exit out and start all over maybe.
Yes, sir. I just had the same idea.
No sound.
It's not playing.
Not sure if it's your computer thing. Ms. Donnelly, see if it allows you to share anything with sound right now.
Okay.
If it's just his computer.
It worked great the first time.
Yeah, since then, we've been booted out of Zoom for being on there for longer than 8 hours.
Oh.
It's still doing something. Well, it's a small enough courtroom. I can probably play it from my computer. Let's just try that. Okay.
One, what's the location of your
What's the address? 4711 Southgate.
Did you know a road that's near there?
Yep, it's, by Jolly.
Okay.
By Hendon School.
Okay, is that a house or apartment building?
It's a house,
Okay, can you verify the address one more time for me?
4711 South Street.
What's your name?
My name is Betsy. My daughter and my granddaughter's in there. This guy's been
Okay,
staying
what's
in
a
the house.
Betsy, what's a good callback phone number for you in case we get disconnected?
517-803-8462.
Okay, does your daughter live at this address?
Yes, they do, but this guy has been staying in our house and we got a CPO out. They came the other day and they said they couldn't do nothing. He had 3 warrants out. So right, they said my daughter had to wait till he was gone to get in the house and leave. And my granddaughter and daughter's in the house and his friends in the house.
Okay, what is his name?
Floyd Davis.
Floyd Davis?
Yep, and the last time they moved, had a gun in the house. But she's in the house. She's hiding in the house.
So they're both there currently?
My granddaughter and my daughter are in the house hiding and trying to get in the house.
Is he trying to break in?
He has the key to the house. He has been living there, like he's been $50 house. His eviction is on the 17th. But she got a CPO out and we came the other night and we waited. Sergeant Johnson, was the guy who the sheriff had talked to. And they said that they didn't want to go in there. They wouldn't knock on the door. So they would not come out or answer the door. But because he had it done, they didn't want to like go in after him.
Give me just a moment.
I'm sitting around the corner from the house. I was watching to make sure.
Okay.
Yes,
Give me just a moment, okay?
Okay.
Good. 4711 Southgate Avenue for Officer State. Call Stellan. Okay, did you see him here?
Yes, he's here.
Okay.
He's just holding.
How are you getting this information?
I'm outside in the car and they're in the house.
Okay, is your daughter telling you this or are you seeing it?
I'm back around the corner so he can't see me. My niece and them guys are on one side over there on the road and then I'm on this side of the road and they went in she went in her house. She's trying to get her house back. The guy's been staying in her house. She's been paying all the bills and stuff. She's not even supposed to be there. Just she posted a PTO bond, so.
Okay, do you know if he arrived in a car or on foot?
He's in a red truck. And I need to know.
Did you see the red truck today?
Yes, it's right there right now.
Okay, what is the color, make, and model of your vehicle?
I'm in my daughter. I don't know what year, nothing in there. I'm in a.
What color is it?
A black,
Is it a car, truck, SUV?
It's like a box car. Right. This is what the name of it is. A check.
Okay. And what street are you sitting on?
Okay, so I don't know the name of the street, but I'm right on the corner of Southgate. It's a street over from Hendon.
Okay. Do you know if he's made entry?
I don't know, I can't, because I don't want to go up there for him to see. I was just told if they had to get stuff out of the house, if she would come, I was supposed to call you guys, because she's not supposed to be in there, but.
So she hasn't been staying here?
No, she won't, she beat the shit out of her, put a gun to her, she had a gun held to her head.
Okay, so, but was he evicted from here?
he has eviction papers in order right now, but they said he has to do 32 days to let him out, and I think the 32 days is on the 17th. But he went and got a PPO out, and the PPO out went out, after we did the thing, and, Garcia, Judge Garcia said that he was supposed to be back in the house, and he's not supposed to be there at all. But when we tried to go there the other night, the cops had went into the door, and they wouldn't go in the house because of them having a gun before, because they said they didn't want to put it in jeopardy. But they knew the neighbor said he was gone, so my daughter tried to get in and double check my.
Okay, so did you come back with her today so she could get her stuff?
My granddaughter, this driveway, she needed to get, my granddaughter wanted to get some of the stuff, but there's something in the house, they can't go there.
Okay, so your daughter and your granddaughter came with you in that vehicle to this address?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your daughter's name?
Heather Olson.
All right.
And her daughter was 17.
All right. Yep.
I mean, we tried to do it, get them out, but it wasn't.
Okay. Yep, so I've got a call in for that. We have lots of help headed that way, okay? You just stay in that vehicle around the corner, and if anything changes that you see before we get out there, give us a call back, okay?
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Bye-bye.
So on June 4th, 2024, Mr. Davis has eviction paperwork. He's going to be out of the house on June 17th. And if he's not out of the house with the eviction being done, there's other, I mean, we've got the eviction paperwork done. We've got other legal ways to try to get him out of the house once he's officially evicted. But for some reason on June 4th, we have to get in the house to get some stuff for my daughter and my granddaughter. When I asked Miss Olson on direct what this stuff was, she can't call. She's in the house packing for upwards of an hour, I think she testified to. No idea what she's at. Can't recall. Can't remember. On June 4th, we've got neighbors calling saying he's out of the house. Then we drive to the house, park around the corner to a place where we can see the house, but anybody coming into the house, they can't see us. Then I think of the 911 call, we hear there's somebody's nephew and niece maybe parked on another corner, watching from another direction, waiting for Mr. Davis to come home. The testimony from Heather is that she and her daughter are in the house grabbing stuff, they don't remember what, but we hear the truck pull into the driveway. So we use that opportunity to go lock ourselves into my daughter's bedroom. Then I call my mom so that she can call 911. It just doesn't add up. Anybody who's a parent, anybody who's had responsibility for any kind of young person can appreciate maybe the desperate feeling it might be to watch your loved one suffer and having nothing to do about it. To beg your loved one to take steps to protect themselves and watch them for a year and a half after learning about all this horrible stuff that they've been through, just not do anything about it. This lady's not a bad person. It's not what good. But we are here because when Miss Bailey finally saw an opportunity for her daughter to get away from this person, obviously very bad for her. She watched, rejected, while the police could not serve him with PPO. Heather testified that once he was served with the PPO, it was her plan to move back into the house And then the no contact should protect her so that she could be back in the house and keep Mr. Davis away. It's reasonable. Why you couldn't wait until June 17th, I don't know. But I understand what they're getting at. However, on June 4th, he hadn't been served with the PPO, so it wasn't in effect yet. In order for her to get that property, in order for Miss Bailey to finally have this guy out of her daughter's life, he had to be served with this PPO. Miss Bailey was with Miss Olson when she got the PPO. Yes, we know what an ex parte is. It's something we heard a little bit of testimony about it. It's a no contact order that the judge agrees to, and it goes into effect without the defendant without the person that it's having effect against having to be there. But Miss Bailey was with her daughter when they drove to Popeyes in Lansing to meet with the police in order so that the PPO would be served. Miss Bailey knew it had no effect until Mr. Davis was served with the PPO. She knew it would not take effect. I am not saying that she's some legal mastermind that did some sort of in-depth legal research to figure out how to catch Mr. Davis. She didn't have to do that. She was present when the judge signed the order. She was present when the cops said, well, let's get this to him so that they can take effect. And she was present when that fell apart. I don't know who came up with the plan. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, what does matter, what we do know is that Miss Bailey knew that Mr. Davis was home that day, or I should say, Mr. Davis was present in that day at that address legally. But you heard in the 911 call, even though, yeah, she's saying some stuff about the PPO, and she's saying some stuff about the eviction paperwork. She says more than once on the 911 call that he's not supposed to be there. He's not allowed to be there. My daughter and granddaughter are in there. You got to come help because he's not supposed to be here. But she knew he was lawfully present. She knew that the eviction order didn't take place until June 17th. She knew that the PPO didn't have an effect until he was served. She knew the police were going to do their job. They were going to show up and they were going to rescue her daughter and her granddaughter, get her out of that house, take Mr. Davis into custody because he had those 3 warrants. She knew. Maybe she didn't come up with the whole plan, but when she saw that Mr. Davis had arrived home after the neighbors had called to say he's out, he's cleared, you can come over, and after Heather and her daughter were in the house for an hour collecting these vitally important things that couldn't wait until the 17th, but we can't remember what those are, she waited outside, scoping the road, watching and waiting for Mr. Davis. And there was a plan that Miss Bailey would call 911. And then Mr. Davis does get there. And Miss Bailey does call 911. And knowing full well that he was allowed to be there, tells the police he's not supposed to be there. So the police arrive with their guns out, kick in the door. And they take this guy into custody. I'll tell you what, good riddance. But the way it went down, like we talked about when we first met, this is not the way to do a PPO. This was reporting a false crime for the purpose of having papers served. That's not how it's done. Again, Miss Bailey, the motive, she's just looking out for the daughter. I get it. I'm not saying she's a bad person for doing that. But what she did do, she did report that the crime of entering without permission, that Mr. Davis was entering that 4711, keep trying to say Southgate, that he was doing so without permission. And that she made this report to a 911 operator. And when she told the 911 operator that he was entering without permission, she knew that it was false because he was allowed to be there. And fourth, that she knew it was false. And fifth, that when she made the report, she did so intentionally. Again, the way we drive up, park around, secret ourselves around the corner so that we can see the house, but Mr. Davis can't see us. Daughter and granddaughter sneak into the house, and then we wait patiently outside until this guy gets home. I mean, the easiest explanation speaks for itself. Based on the testimony, based on the 911 call that you heard for yourself, based on Ms. Bailey's testimony, or excuse me, Ms. Bailey's statement to the police that we saw on the body cam, that her daughter was hiding inside until the police came so they could get him out. All of this adds up to the fact that when Ms. Bailey called 911, she knowingly told 911 that Mr. Davis was there unlawfully, knowing that he was there lawfully, and that she did so intentionally. Based on the evidence and the testimony, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you find this defendant guilty of filing a false police report. Thank you.
Ms. Donnelly.
In there, finally, at the end. Okay, so why are we here? You hear all the evidence, you've heard opening, closing statements, but I believe that what hasn't been answered yet is why we're here. Why did they choose, why is Betsy here next to me? Why did she get charged? Why did the police believe that she made all this up and that she purposefully got police there on a false report? Why did they all believe this? Because a bunch of officers showed up and broke down a door and hold a guy at gunpoint. All right, it was a high priority call. They arrived in force. They thought that something serious was going on, and when they discovered that all they were there for was because a grandmother is scared that her daughter and granddaughter are in a house that they're legally allowed to be in, might be in danger from someone who has already posed a danger to her daughter and granddaughter. They arrived almost guns blazing because they thought it was a serious situation. Where did they get that idea? From dispatch. Then you heard the 911 call now twice. You can hear it more when you go to deliberate. I encourage you to review all evidence. You heard the 911 operator sound confused, ask a lot of questions, maybe some questions that had already been answered to. It just sounded like the 911 operator was trying to make heads or tails of this call. 911 operators, they get emergency calls all the time. They're expecting people to report crimes. But it's a 911 call. It's for all sorts of emergencies. Betsy thought it was an emergency that this man who had threatened her daughter was going inside the home with her daughter and granddaughter inside. So she called an emergency line because it was an emergency, but the operator was looking for a crime. What was the crime that was being committed? Well, he's not supposed to be there. Not supposed to or not allowed. She didn't say he's not allowed. She says he's not supposed to be there because, again, the testimony was Heather had lived there for 16 years. Heather had been forced out of her home by Foy Davis, and she couldn't go back to that home. So the 911 operator is looking for a crime. Obviously, needs to report something to the officers how they're going to be dispatched. So the officer came up, and then of course you heard we might have a gun, which is true. He threatened to, these are all pertinent information. Why wouldn't Betsy share all of that she knows with the 911 operator? It's the 911 operator that toned it out as a priority. It's the 911 operator that told the officers that this was a burglary, a breaking in or entering without permission, whatever. that they were the one that did. Betsy didn't tell anyone that. Betsy was very clear. There was an unserved PPO, there was an eviction that hadn't, the eviction order still had time to take effect. He had a key. He wasn't, when the dispatcher, is he breaking in? No, he's not breaking in. She didn't say yes. She should say he's trying to get in. Yes, he's trying to get in. He's getting in his home. He's been living there. She explains all of this to the 911 dispatcher. All right. But it was toned out as a high priority because the idea that there was a PPO, there was maybe a possibility of a gun. All right. But is that Betsy's fault? No. She tried to explain what she was trying to explain that everyone here has said. Heather explained it the same way as Betsy. Pretty much practically, well, I would say pretty much practically the same. I would say that the differences that we have here, of course, the prosecutor, that's what he's harping on. That's where he's going, because obviously, like I said at the beginning, the biggest element here is what was in Betsy's mind. Did she knowingly report a false crime? Did she knowingly report a crime at all? All right. That's why we're here. And so he's going after the little inconsistent or the minor inconsistencies that might not even be inconsistencies. We don't have, like I said, a highly, she's not a law grad. She just knows what she knows. She knows what she knows from her daughter. She knows what she knows from the officers that she listened to. So why are we here? Because officers want someone to blame. All right, they made a mistake. They broke down someone's door. They responded in a way that probably wasn't appropriate based on the circumstances that was alleged. It's not like it's never happened. It's not like it's never going to happen again. And it's not really like it's their fault. They were just responding to what dispatch did. All right. But here we have a situation where all of a sudden things aren't what they seemed and they want to blame someone. So who do they blame? The one that made the 911 call. I mean, everyone, it seemed like they had lookouts. Heather was in the house. All the intention was to go in there, get their stuff. If he showed up, they were going to call the cops just to make sure because they're scared of him. They don't want him to know that they're there. They wanted to get in and out. Who knows, but again, prosecution is playing into these little things. Like she said, what the little things she said a lot, so again, she's being very forthcoming. Heather was forthcoming. If their intention was to make a false report, why would they admit everything to the cops? Why were they so forth? Why would they just give it all away? If this was their intention, because they didn't have ill intent. It's very easy and clear and reasonable what happened here. Betsy made a report to the 911 operator. That 911 operator interpreted as a breaking and entering because of the confusion of what everything Betsy was saying. Betsy doesn't know how a PPO works all that well. She doesn't know how evictions work completely. So she's trying to give the information she knows. And this dispatcher tones it out as a crime. Again, what we have here are 5 elements. 5 elements. 5 different sections of the law that you have to find her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable. Easy. What is the reasonable theory here? You guys get to, again, we talked about this in Bordier in the opening statements. You guys get to listen to what she said and decide for yourself whether what she was doing violated the law in these ways. First, that she reported a crime that has been committed. First, decide whether she was even reporting a crime. He's trying to get in the house. He has a key. She's in there. I'm afraid for her. What crime is she reporting? All right. You get to decide that, if any. Second element, to a 911 operator. Obviously, she called 911. She was making these people were authorized to receive emergency reports. The third element, that the report was false as to the fact of the crime or details of the crime. So you have to answer for yourself, Did Betsy make up the crime or make up any of the details of the crime? Fourth, that when she made that report, she knew it was false. And this is the big one. This is the one that a lot of the closing was going in on, because it is the most difficult one to decide, because you have to decide if Betsy is true. I mean, she's being honest, all right? But you saw her. You witnessed. You can go over her 911 call and the body worn camera, and you saw her on the stand, and she's just trying to be honest and truthful, like she's always has been. All right, so again, did she know it was a false statement? Obviously, we're arguing no. Obviously, we're arguing she didn't even report a crime. She didn't know it was false. Obviously, the fifth element, I think, is that when the defendant made the false report intentionally. And then if she was a false report, she didn't intentionally make a false report. What she was intending to do was have police arrive so that her daughter and granddaughter don't come to any harm with Mr. Davis returning to the home. I'm not trying to put all the blame on the police officers or the dispatch. Like I said, they all have difficult jobs. Like I said, 911 operators, when they get calls, they're looking for a report of a crime. So to say that they're just trying to go after her, they're trying to paint her as a bad person, I'm not trying to say that. Even the prosecutor says, oh, she's not a bad person, she's just done a bad thing. Well, I'm saying that she hasn't even done a bad thing. She was there that night because her daughter and granddaughter, for whatever reason, the prosecutor might want you to assume that it wasn't reasonable for them to go over. But you know what? We've been here for a few hours. We haven't been here for 3 years. We don't know everything. We don't know the dynamic, the relationship between Betsy, Heather, and Heather's daughter. We don't know what kind of permissive relationship they have or strict relationship. We don't know. I mean, you get to decide. But again, keeping an open mind, there might be explanations or things that we don't really know about, but are just as reasonable as what the prosecutor said. So again, I encourage you, when you go back in your deliberations, to please review all of Betsy's statements. And also, obviously, really, and if you have any, obviously encourage any questions, if you have any, about how they apply to the elements. Again, you have to find Betsy guilty beyond all reasonable doubt. All 5 elements, all reasonable doubt. If there's, after everything we've done here today, if there's still any question, any question, not even plural, one single question that comes out to you to be a reasonable question that you don't have an answer to and you still have doubt, I hope that you find Betsy not guilty. Thank you.
Okay. To the screen, please, for final instructions. While I do that, do you have any re-argument?
I was just going to point out that the police did not make a mistake that night. The police responded to the call that Ms. Bailey made, and appropriately with respect to the details that Ms. Bailey gave. And Ms. Bailey didn't call 911 that night to say, hi, how you doing? She called her report. Thank you.
Okay, members of the jury, the evidence and arguments in this case are finished, and I will now instruct you on the law as it applies in this case. Remember that you have taken an oath to return a true and just verdict based only on the evidence and my instructions on the law. You must not let sympathy or prejudice influence your decision. As jurors, you must decide what the facts of this case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes whether you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. It is my duty to instruct you on the law. You must take the law as I give it to you. If a lawyer says something different about the law, follow what I say. At various times, I have already given you some instructions about the law. You must take all my instructions together as the law you are to follow. You should not pay attention to some instructions and ignore others. To sum up, it is your job to decide what the facts of the case are, to apply the law as I give it to you, and in that way decide the case. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty. Every defendant has the absolute right not to testify. We actually can remove that because she testified. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proved every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. When you discuss the case and decide on your verdict, you may only consider the evidence that was properly admitted in this case. Therefore, it is important for you to understand what is evidence and what is not evidence. Evidence include only the sworn testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I have told you to consider as evidence. Many things are not evidence, and you must be careful not to consider them as such. The fact that the defendant is charged with a crime and is on trial is not evidence. The lawyer's statements and arguments are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence and each side's legal theories. You should only accept the things the lawyers say that are supported by the evidence or by your own common sense and general knowledge. The lawyer's questions and to the witnesses and my question to the witnesses are also not evidence. You should consider these questions only as they give meaning to the witnesses' answers. My comments, ruling, questions, and instructions are also not evidence. It is my duty to see that the trial is conducted according to the law and to tell you the law that applies in this case. However, when I make a comment or give an instruction, I am not trying to influence your vote or express a personal opinion about the case. If you believe that I have an opinion about how you decide the case, you must pay no attention to that opinion. You are the only judges of the facts, and you should decide this case from the evidence. At times during the trial, I have excluded evidence that was often or stricken testimony. We didn't do that today, but still a jury instruction. Do not consider those things in deciding the case. Make your decision only on the evidence that I let in and nothing else. Your decision should be based on all of the evidence, regardless of which party produced it. You should use your own common sense and general knowledge in weighing and judging the evidence, but you should not use any personal knowledge you may have about a place, person, or event. To repeat once more, you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during the trial. As I said before, it is your job to decide what the facts of this case are. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a witness's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on race, gender, or national origin of witness. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might distract the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How did the witness look and act while testifying? Did the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or did the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affected how the witness testified? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about the other evidence in the case? Sometimes the testimony of different witnesses will not agree, and you must decide which testimony you accept. You should think about whether the disagreement involves something important or not, and whether you think someone is lying or simply mistaken. People see and hear things differently, and witnesses may testify honestly, but simply be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. It is also a good idea to think about which testimony agrees best with the other evidence in the case. However, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. On the other hand, if you think the witness lied about some things but told the truth about others, you may simply accept the part you think is true and ignore the rest. Again, the elements of the crime of false report of a misdemeanor that must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt is first that the defendant made a false report of a crime to police or 911 operator. And to prove this, that the people would need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant reported or caused another to report that crime of unlawful entry had been committed. Second, that the report was made to a police officer or a police agency or a 911 operator. Third, that the report was false as to either the fact that the crime was committed or details of the crime. Fourth, that when the defendant made the report or caused the report to be made, she knew it was false. And fifth, that the defendant made the false report or caused the false report to be made intentionally. The prosecutor must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime occurred on June 4th, 2024 within the city of Lansing, Ingham County. When you go to the jury room, you may take a written copy of the jury instructions with you along with your notes. You should first choose a foreperson. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried out in a businesslike way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. During your deliberations, please turn off your cell phones or other communication equipment until we recess. A verdict in a criminal case must be unanimous. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each of you agrees on that verdict. In the jury room, you will discuss the case among yourselves, but ultimately each of you will have to make up your own mind. Any verdict must represent the individual considered judgment of each juror. As you discuss the case, you should think about all my instructions together as the law you are to follow. It is your duty as jurors to talk to each other and to make every reasonable effort to reach an agreement. Express your opinions and the reasons for them, but keep an open mind as you listen to your fellow jurors. Rethink your opinions and do not hesitate to change your mind if you decide you were wrong. Try your best to work out your differences. However, although you should try to reach an agreement, none of you should give up your honest opinion about the case just because other jurors disagree with you or just for the sake of reaching a verdict. In the end, your vote must be your own and you must vote honestly and in good conscience. Possible penalties should not influence your decision. It is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by law. If you want to communicate with me while you are in the jury room, please have your foreperson write a note and give it to my court officer. It is not proper for you to talk directly with the judge, the lawyers, the court officer, or other people involved in the case. As you discuss the case, you must not let anyone, including me, know how your voting stands. Therefore, until you return with a unanimous verdict, do not reveal this to anyone that's outside the jury room. When you go to the jury room to deliberate, you will take a full copy of your notes and the instructions. If you want to look at any of the reference materials or documents or the exhibits that was admitted, which were virtual video exhibits, you would have to ask. We'll bring you back in here if you need to review the video at all again, okay? When you go to the jury room, you will be given a written copy again of the instructions you have just heard. As you discuss the case, you should think about all my instructions together as the law you are to follow. You may return a verdict of guilty of the alleged crime or not guilty. I have prepared a verdict form listing the possible verdicts. The prosecution has introduced evidence of a statement that it claims the defendant made. Before you may consider such an out-of-court statement against the defendant, you must first find that the defendant actually made the statement as given to you. If you find that the defendant did make the statement, you may give the statement whatever weight you think it deserves. In deciding this, you should think about how and when the statement was made and about all the other evidence in the case. You may consider the statement in deciding the facts of the case and in deciding if you believe the defendant's testimony in court. Facts can be proven by direct evidence from a witness or an exhibit. Direct evidence is evidence about what we actually see or hear. For example, if you look outside and see rain falling, that is evidence that it's raining. Facts can also be proved by indirect or circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that normally or reasonably leads to other facts. So, taking that same example, if you see a person come in from outside wearing a raincoat covered with small drops of water, that would be circumstantial evidence that it is raining. You may consider circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence by itself or a combination of circumstantial evidence and direct evidence can be used to prove the elements of a crime. In other words, you should consider all evidence that you believe. You may consider whether the defendant had a motive or reason to commit the alleged crime, but a reason by itself is not enough to find a person guilty of a crime. The prosecutor does not have to prove that the defendant had a reason to commit the alleged crime. He only has to show that the defendant actually committed the crime and that she meant to do so. You should not decide this case based on which side presented more witnesses. Instead, you should think about each witness and each piece of evidence and whether you believe them. Then you must decide whether the testimony and evidence you believe proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. You have heard testimony from witnesses who are police officers. That testimony is to be judged by the same standard that you would evaluate the testimony of any other witness. That concludes my instructions, final instructions, and somebody is going to get home because you were the alternate. And so there is a number that represents each juror in here. We're going to choose one and you'll be free to go. You will not have to go and deliberate. Juror number 7, thank you for your service. You are free to go. Should anything transpire that we need the alternate, we'll give you a call. Thank you. The rest of you will be allowed to take your notes and go for deliberation. You will choose a foreperson. If you have a question, that foreperson will again write that question down and pass it through the door to my court officer who will be there. And then also, if you need to review any of the exhibits, you would also do the same with a note to let us know. All rise for the jury. Let me swear you in. One moment, please. Do you solemnly swear that you will, to the utmost of your ability, keep the persons sworn as jurors on this trial from separating from each other, that you will not suffer any communication to be made to them or any of them orally or otherwise until the time that a verdict is discharged?
I do.
Thank you. Excuse.
I'll take you back in just a moment.
So you hold it for the foreperson, please. You can be seated. Okay, my understanding is that you do have a verdict, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, who was the foreperson? Okay, you can give it to the foreperson. And you can read your verdict. I'm sorry?
We found her not guilty.
Okay, did you want the jury polled?
No.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I know it was a long day, but you all were attentive. You had wonderful questions. And this system doesn't work unless you show up and present yourself the way you did, ready to engage and flush through the elements and flush through the facts to help reach justice. So I thank you for your service today. You're going to be discharged to get your things and leave. If it's up to you, but sometimes the attorneys do like to greet you and maybe talk to you because they didn't have the opportunity to engage with you, but that's completely up to you. I know it's been a long day and it's after 5, so thank you again for your
Do we have to
service.
call tomorrow?
You have to call tomorrow, but not for me, for the other judges.
I watch you every day.
Oh, thank you. You can be excused.
Thank you. Yes.
Did you want that?
Thank you.
You too, thank you. Yeah, just leave that.
Oh, yeah, you can leave your notebook, Alexa.
Yeah, I love the colors on it.
Yes, we are.
Okay, that's not